Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. My name is Robert Antoinin, host of Black CEO's premier event of 2021, Black and Iconic. And this is day 4, and I am super excited because this is our speakers and authors showcase. I declare, Black CEOs, that you have got a book inside of you. You've got a stage that you've got to crush. And today, we have an entire lineup of speakers and authors who want to help you with your business and to help you with your brand. And I just believe in one of my favorite books where it says, write the vision down and make it plain so that men who read it can run as a result of what you have said and what you have written down. So as we move forward on this day, I just want to make sure that everyone is locked in, dialed in, sharing this broadcast out, because Black CEO is the largest collection of Black entrepreneurs around the world. And a few housekeeping notes as we move through the day. Make sure that you follow the speakers by going over to bizfreegifts.com. And then after that, if you want to join this entire network of Black entrepreneurs and Black CEOs, go over to joinblackceo.com. And then finally, make sure that you get your swag and your t-shirts, your coffee mugs by going over to blackceot-shirts.com. I promise you, if you go to either one of those sites, you will not be let down. We want to continue with your entrepreneurial journey. We want to ensure that you are equipped to stand out, to shine, and be brilliant as you were designed to be. My name is Robert Antoinin, and I will see you on the other side. Make sure that you tuned in, hearted up, comment in the feed, and just stay connected all day with the Black CEO, Black and Iconic 7-day experience.
Well, I am honored to be here today with Brother Belton Shoal. Belton, my man, thank you very much and congratulations on your next book. My name is Dr. Dennis Kimbro, and for those of you who don't know anything about me, let me just hold up that book. I guess this book is, more well known than I am, Think and Grow Rich, A Black Choice. No, this isn't about me, and I'm not here to hawk books. This is about Belton Shoal. And we're going to talk about Black entrepreneurship, but let me give you the backflap story as to what I've done. In 1908, there was a knock on the door of Andrew Carnegie. Andrew Carnegie in 1908 was the wealthiest individual in the world, and who was knocking on his door? A 24-year-old part-time college student at Georgetown University and nondescript writer by the name of Napoleon Hill. How in the world Napoleon Hill got an interview of 1 hour of the time of the world's wealthiest? He was a writer for Bob Taylor magazine, which is no longer in existence. So he knocks on the door to Andrew Carnegie's 64-room mansion overlooking Fifth Avenue in Central Park in New York, and his butler goes down to answer the door. Butler tells the young, impressionable Napoleon Hill, Mr. Carnegie's been expecting you, and takes Napoleon Hill to his book-lined study. A few moments later, in comes Andrew Carnegie, and prior to Carnegie coming in the study, Napoleon Hill was looking at the vast surroundings. After all, this was a 64-room mansion, and all the cars and all the wealth and all the opulence really didn't resonate in Napoleon Hill's mind. The only thing Napoleon Hill was concerned about, what is the mental mindset of this individual to bring all this abundance and bring all this wealth to bear? So he and Carnegie hit it off, and Napoleon Hill had a number of questions that he wanted to ask Andrew Carnegie. And that 1 hour interview just blew by. As a matter of fact, it went by so fast that Andrew Carnegie said to Napoleon Hill, young man, there's something about you. I like you. And I've enjoyed this conversation, and I've enjoyed it so much, Why don't you spend the weekend with me? As you can see, I got more than enough room. And over the course of the next 72 hours, you can ask me any and every question under the sun. Well, Napoleon Hill took him up on his offer and spent the entire weekend. And within that weekend, those 72 hours, Hill did ask every question under the sun. And he really got a frame of reference as to Andrew Carnegie's keys to success. Well, Sunday afternoon came along and it was time for Napoleon Hill to say adios, to say adieu. But before he did, Andrew Carnegie gave him a chance that really gave his life new meaning. He pulled him aside and he says, young man, I have an offer for you. Just like you spent the weekend interviewing me, you see that roll top desk over there? In that desk, I have a little black book. And in that book, I got the contact numbers of all the game changers and the wealth creators, not only here in the United States, but globally. What I'm asking you, if I could set up the interview, you know, just like you interviewed me with a Harvey Firestone, a Charles Goodyear, Alexander Graham Bell, Henry Ford, Thomas Edison, I'll set the interviews up. And if I could set the interviews up, would you be so inclined to write down, take copious notes of everything that they tell you about wealth, achievement, success, business ownership, organization, free enterprise, and the like, encapsulate that in one single book, one single volume for not only this generation, but for generations to come? Would you do that? And immediately Napoleon Hill said yes. As a matter of fact, Hill said yes so fast and so quick that Carnegie told him to pump the brakes and says, listen, young man, you got to understand what I'm talking about. I'm not going to pay you a dime for this effort. Oh, yes, I will compensate you and I will reimburse you for, you know, any outlaying of costs, whatever, but I'm not going to pay you anything for this. If you undertake this task, that will be wealth enough, and not only wealth enough, that'll probably create your first, I guess your, what do I want to say, your first fortune. Well, Hill did that, and it took Hill about 20 years, and that book is called Law of Success, and I got a copy of it right back there. I was about to say the wealth choice. No, not the wealth choice. Law of Success. And Hill did create his first fortune. Well, after Law of Success, Hill went on to write 15 other books. He wrote 16 books in total. Book number 16 that he was working on was a black version of his all-time classic, Think and Grow Rich. That's right, at the time of his death, Napoleon Hill was attempting to write a black version of the 1937 books that at last count has sold more than 20 million copies. And there you have it. He got 100 pages into the manuscript. Hill was 87 years old, and he died of a stroke working on that book. Well, W. Clement Stone, who was not only Napoleon Hill's manager, but the CEO of the Napoleon Hill Foundation, he held on to those 100 pages for 16 years. Until the day, November 4th, 1986, that I walked into his office. And he made me an offer, just like Carnegie made Hill an offer, W. Clement Stone made me an offer. Now, you got to wrap your mind around that, and let me scoot back here and get a copy of this book. I know it's pretty bright in my study. It's called What Makes the Great Great. That was the book that I was working on as soon as I graduated from my alma mater, Northwestern University. Yes, my 3 years there working on my doctorate, I was studying wealth and dependency among underdeveloped nation states. And the part of the best advice that I was given was a committee member on my dissertation committee who said to me, he says, Dennis, don't look at the dissertation as a requirement for you to fulfill in order to earn your degree. Look at your dissertation as your first book. Arguably some of the best advice that I had ever received, and thank God I rendered it and followed it. Well, right after I was granted the degree, my doctorate degree, I turned to my wife and I said, Pat, I know my first book. And she said, what is it? And I said, well, you know, I studied wealth and poverty. I don't want to study poverty. I only want to study wealth. And you know how I studied underdeveloped nation states. I don't want to do that. I want to study African Americans. And she said to me, she said, well, how long do you think it'll take you to write it? And I said, about 18 months, a year and a half. I'm hope to have face-to-face interviews. Well, that took me 7 years to write that book. And so I was on year 2 of What Makes the Great Great when I received a phone call from W. Clement Stone. That's right, you need to get it straight. I did not call him, he called me. Why? Because I had so many articles and so much, I guess, so much energy regarding what makes the great great, because that really was the first of its type, that I would go around the country and interview successful individuals, what we call great individuals. And what did I find out about greatness? Greatness is not about genetics. Greatness is about mechanics. And what do the great from an African-American standpoint have in common? Number one, discipline. Number one, what do we call direct discipline habits? Number 2, they surround themselves with the best. And last but not least, they master their craft. And you go ahead and you utilize those 3 qualities, the world will come to call you great also. So I was in the 2nd year of writing that book when I got a phone call from W. Clement Stone. He said, young man, we heard about you. When can you come to Chicago? I would like to meet you. Now, that will give you an indication how the rich, the powerful, and the affluent think. Here's a guy calling me up out of the blue, asking me to get on a plane and go meet him. Get on a plane and rent a car and go meet him. Well, if he wanted to meet me so bad, why wouldn't he fly to Chicago to Atlanta, Georgia to meet me? So I took him up on it. I had just returned home from spending the better part of a day in New York with Earl Graves, the publisher of Black Enterprise magazine. And when I got home, my wife said to me, you need to check your answering machine. You got a number of phone calls on your answering machine. And before I went to bed, I went ahead and I clicked it, and it was W. Clement Stone. Well, the next day I returned the call, and less than 2 weeks later, me and my wife flew up to Chicago and didn't have the slightest idea what he had in mind. And there I walked into his office, palatial office, suburbs of Chicago, outskirts of Chicago. He's surrounded by a sea of lieutenants and yes men. I was the only person of color, well, the only African-American, really, person of color in that room. And W. Clement Stone is seated behind a big mahogany desk, smoking one of his Havana signature cigars. Bright butterfly, yellow polka dot bow tie. And he says, young man, you're not the first person to go around the country interviewing successful African-Americans. And I said, I'm not. And as a matter of fact, I took pause and I looked around the room and I said, who else has been doing this? Because I had performed a content analysis and there was nothing like that out there. And I said, I'm not. And he says, no. I said, well, who else has been doing that? And at that point, he reaches into his credenza and he pulled out the last 100 written pages of Napoleon Hill. And since you are in my study, in Belton, I'm gonna give you the red carpet treatment. And we are in my study, and let me look over here, and bang, here we are. I hope you can see this. Can you see it right there? It says, Blacks are growing rich, Napoleon Hill. And I know I should have this in some type of safe deposit box or strong box or something. And here we are. There you go. You can see it right there. I hope you can see it and it's clear. These are Napoleon Hill's last 100 written pages, from his Hamilton typewriter to my hand. And you can look at it. And here we are, last 100 pages. And He didn't have any chapter headings. He was almost like writing freelance on a number of issues. And he only had 3 interviews with African Americans, none of the interviews that I could use. He interviewed Ralph Bunche, who at the time was Undersecretary to the United Nations. He interviewed a gentleman in Kansas City, Missouri by the name of James Brown, who happened to be the CEO of Crusader Life Insurance in Kansas City. So I couldn't use any of those interviews. But getting back to my meeting with W. Clement Stone, after he dropped these 100 pages into my lap, he said, "Young man, I have a proposition for you." And I said, "What is that, Mr. Stone?" He said, "We want you to, finish and update this book." And I said, "What book?" He said, "The book that's in your lap, these 100 pages. And my first inclination was, "Mr. Stone, I'm honored, but I can't do that." And when I told W. Clement Stone no, those lieutenants that were in the room, all of them took a step back to make sure that they were out of my line of fire. Here's a man who wasn't used to hearing the word no. And he said, "And why not?" And I said, "Well, I'm writing a book of my own." And he said, young man, if you have any sense, I suggest that you push that book aside and finish this book." And then I said to him, "Well, Mr. Stone, I guess I could take you up on your offer if you would give me some type of financial support." And he said to me, "What do you mean?" And I said, "For the last 2 years, I've been living off every dime. My wife has been working as an accountant. I got 3 small children. As a matter of fact, my wife is outside in a rent-a-car. We had to borrow the money for the airplane ticket. We had to borrow the money from the rent-a-car. And here it is. She's sitting in the car. She doesn't even know what I'm doing inside with you." And I said, "If you would give me some type of financial support, I would take you up on your offer." And at that point, he stood up and he looked at me as I was seated. And he says, "Young man, I'm not going to give you any type of financial support. Andrew Carnegie didn't give Napoleon Hill a dime. But I'm telling you, I'm giving you the offer of a lifetime. If you want to find out why one person succeeds while another fails, if you really want to find out why one individual is rich and wealthy while another is impoverished, it is in this laboratory that you must find it. It's one thing to talk the talk, but young man, you have got to walk the walk." And I said, "Okay, I will do it." There was only a handshake. There was no contract. They didn't draw up a contract or anything. I shook everybody's hand and I said, "Mr. Stone, I will do that." Well, I left his office. It was close to a 2-hour interview, 2-hour meeting. And my wife was still in the car and she couldn't wait to hear what was going on because she just knew that he probably offered me a job. And she told me, she said, "If that man offers you a job, you're going to take it." And so she was there and she would bundle up. She said, "What did he say? What did he say?" And I had these 100 pages and I didn't even put the 100 pages in my briefcase. I held them under my arm. And I put my briefcase in the back and I took those 100 pages and I just threw it in the back seat. And she said, "What is wrong?" I said, what did you do? What did he say? What did he want?" I said, "Man, he wants me to finish this book." And she said, "What book?" She said, "I'll tell you more. Read it. It's in the back seat." She said, "Didn't you tell that man you're working on a book of your own?" I said, "Yeah, Pat, I tried to tell him." She said, "How many books are you going to write?" And I said, blah, blah, blah. So she was a little bit upset. And, we made our way back to O'Hare Airport and flew back to Atlanta. Well, several weeks went by. 1 month went by. 2 months went by. And about maybe 90 days later, and during that time, I was still working on What Makes the Great Great. I didn't give Napoleon Hill's work a second thought until my wife came in my study and she says, "When are you going to start working on that other book?" And I said, "Pat, I'm not feeling it, blah, blah, blah." She said, "Well, you need to call those folks back in Chicago. They think you're back here writing on it." And so it was that small conversation that she said to me that I began to shift my focus from What Makes the Great Great to what became Think and Grow Rich, a Black Choice. So I wrote about 100 pages of what was going to be, Think and Grow Rich, a Black Choice, put it in an envelope, overnighted it to the Napoleon Hill Foundation. W. Clement Stone and his staff got those 100 pages, they read it, and they threw it in the trash. No problem. So this time I wrote 125 pages and I overnighted it and I sent it to the foundation. They read those 125 pages and they threw those 125 pages in the trash. But after I wrote what it came to about 225 pages, I got a phone call from a gentleman by the name of Michael Ritt, who at that time was not only the executive director of the Napoleon Hill Foundation, but he was Napoleon Hill's personal confidant. Wherever Napoleon Hill spoke across the globe, Michael Ritt not only traveled with him, he booked the lodging, he booked the airfare, and he made sure that Hill's presentation was audio taped. So he called me up and he said, Dennis, we got your writings. He said, we're impressed with your writings. You're an excellent writer, blah, blah, blah. But would you do us a big favor? Would you mind and do us a big favor? And I said, Mr. Rich, sure, what is it? What do you want me to do? He said, we want you to write this book as if you're writing a letter to a friend. And arguably the second best advice that I had ever received, because it changed my writing style overnight. I began to not only write for this generation, but for generations to come. And I changed the way that I thought, and I changed the way that I would grapple and I would paint a picture of whoever I interviewed to make the book seamless and timeless. So that book became Think and Grow Rich, a Black Choice. And since the day that it's, been out there and in the, in the book publishing industry and like, for Black America, it has always been one of the top 100 books for Black America. It changed the lives of millions of folks, and I have indeed become blessed. So how did all this start? Dalton wants me to speak about Black entrepreneurs. Okay, so when I got the idea of really not only thinking we're a Black choice, but what makes the great great, the first thing I did when I finished with my work at Northwestern, I pulled out a legal sheet of paper and I wrote 50 names on that legal sheet of paper. Now I can go back in the study and I can show you all the audio cassettes from the interviews that I had. I wrote 50 names on that sheet of paper of all the peak performers at the time. John Johnson, Johnson Publishing, I told you, Earl Graves, Wally Famous, Amos, and not only that, corporate climbers and like Barry Rand, highest ranking African-American for Xerox at the time. I mean, all the game changers, not only in business and industry, but in sports and entertainment and the like. And so they didn't know me, but I certainly knew them. And well, I don't know a damn thing about networking. Though I teach networking to my students at the School of Business, I didn't know anything about networking. I thought that if you write a bold letter and follow it up with a phone call, folks will grant it for you. And obviously that's the way that it worked. But the one thing I did know, I looked at that list of 50 and I said, who is the king or the queen of the mountain? Because I'm going after this individual first, because if the other 49 ask me, well, who have you interviewed to date? I can always say, well, I got John Johnson, or I got Wally Ames, this, that, and the other. So it really blew by pretty fast of those 50 individuals. And, how I got the money to travel and how I got the money. Some were here in Atlanta, some were here in the Southeast. So I drove to the locations and whatever. And then I wrote another 50 names on the list. And I quit counting at 150 interviews, and I had so much rich information out of the 150 plus interviews. So rich that I didn't use all of them for Think and Grow Rich, a Black Choice, and I certainly didn't use all of them for What Makes a Great Great, and I have yet to use all of them for the Wealth Choice. But 3 books came out of that bevy of all the interviews that I had. So what can I tell you about Black entrepreneurship? Okay, that is the cornerstone of what we've got to do as a nation, as a race. Okay, I have a distinct opportunity to teach at a school where Black America's most prolific scholar taught, W.B. Du Bois. Yes, and here we are in my study. And if you look out, if I go through these French doors right here in the back of my study, that's where I have my bookcases, and you will see rows and rows and rows and rows of books. Books on economics, books on business, books on philosophy, books on history, and the like. But here in my study, where my writing workshop, where I do all my writing, I only have those books that had a profound impact on my life. From my mother's Bible, whenever her granddaughters don't come in here and take, oh, well, give me grandmama's Bible, I want to hold on grandmama's Bible, blah, blah, blah. To when I got a chance to meet Milton Friedman, who wrote, Free to Choose, a couple of his classics, Free to Choose and Capitalism and Freedom, to, here I got John Maxwell's book, I got, you name it. But right here at the top of the list, I got Souls of Black Folk. All right, here's my copy, Souls of Black Folk. These are the books that I dip into every now and then. And going back to where I teach at Clarke, Atlanta, Black America's most prolific scholar, W.B. Du Bois, taught at Atlanta University. And what did he teach? Yes, everybody knows he taught economics. Everybody knows he taught civics. Everybody knows he taught sociology. Everybody knows he taught history. The man even taught Greek. And he was at Atlanta University for 9 years, and 3 of the 9 years, he was university chaplain, okay? So in 1897, he wrote his seminal book, and you'll only find a copy of this book at your better institutions, your better libraries, all right? And it's called The Negro in Business. And I challenge you out there to go ahead and get a copy. It's more than 800 pages. And you come to the AU Center, Clarke, Atlanta University, Morehouse, and Spelman. We all use the Woodruff Library. And the Woodruff Library was really founded by 2 individuals, Robert Woodruff, who was the CEO of Coca-Cola at the time, and the Andrew Carnegie Foundation. They took that money together and built the Woodruff Library. And you won't find that book on the stacks. You have to go to the curator, and he or she will place you in a carrel, and they will bring the copy of that book to you with white linen gloves, and you sit at the carrel and you can read it, you can take notes on it, because I have done that. So you get a copy of that book and you read the first 30 pages of that book, and there are 2 profound statements in that book that your most prolific scholar wrote. Statement number 1, the man or woman who won't control his or her finances won't control anything else. In other words, if you don't care about the money in your pocket, you don't care about anything else. So in other words, focus on your finances. And then number 2, 1897, what did he say? He said, nothing positive will ever occur in a community that fails to circulate its dollars. Now, at one time, we got the memo and we read the memo. Why? Because in the early 1900s, particularly between the years of 1915 to 1921, you had the Black Wall Street of Tulsa, Oklahoma. And we're in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Greenwood, Archer, and Pine, a 36 block square area, okay, with more than 6,000 residents. And here you have more than 700 businesses. I mean, you had 21 grocery stores, 3 movie theaters, you had a post office, you had 3 different banks, this, that, and the other. You had 3 airplanes, 3 churches, 30 restaurants, arguably the best elementary and high school, Black high school in the area right there. So they got the memo. And that's what we need to do now. Okay, so you got what? You got 34 to 37 million African Americans in the United States and only 2 million Black businesses. And of those 2 million Black businesses, overwhelmingly in the service sector. I'm not knocking that. That's well and good. We need more Black businesses. But now, getting to the point that we are right now, we need emerging market Black businesses. Because when you look at the emerging market, you're talking about you can scale a business. Of those 2 million Black businesses, 95% are damn near sole proprietorships. And again, I'm not knocking it. I mean, you do whatever you have to do. But we need emerging market manufacturing businesses, okay, where we can hire our own and we can develop Black banks. Okay, so right now, you got at any given time, you got about 4,100 banks in the United States, from New York to California, from Wells Fargo to Bank of America and the like. Here we are, and what is today's date? Okay, this is February 11th at 8 o'clock at night, February 11th. You'd be hard pressed to find 40 Black banks. On first blush, you probably only got about 38 Black banks, and that's not the problem. The small number of Black banks. It's who the consumers and who the depositors are. Number one, they're either poor to low income. Number two, with very little deposits. And number three, multiple withdrawals. We can't build economic development on that. So we need Black entrepreneurship. And what I found out in my research, it's a very simple task, but we just need to change our mindset about our capabilities. It's not your capabilities, it's your belief in your capabilities. And what I found out and what makes the great great, it is not your resources, it's your resourcefulness. And what I discovered in the wealth choice, I mean, over a 7-year period, interviewing and surveying more than 1,100 Black millionaires. And you only got about 35,000 Black millionaires. And so what did I find out with them? That wealth is never a function of your circumstances. Wealth is never a function of your conditions. Wealth is never a function of your education, your parents, which side of town, which side of the tracks you've been born. But it is a function of belief, and it is a function of faith, and it is a function of determination. And those men and women who have won mostly in life have relied mostly on themselves. So going back to Think and Grow Rich, a Black choice, and what makes the great great, I found 4 common factors in all the entrepreneurs. Number one, they dreamed big dreams. They had a dream, a vision, something they desperately wanted to accomplish in their life. Point number 2, they were inner directed versus outer directed. In other words, they weren't so quick or, to believe well-meaning friends and family members who said, you can't do this, you can't do that. They walk to a beat of a different drummer. And that's why I tell folks, when you interact with others, don't focus on the mouth, don't focus on the lips of what they have to say. Look at their feet of what they're doing and where they are going. Robert Frost, the old poet, wrote years ago, 2 roads diverge in the wood, and I took the one less traveled by. You are unique. You cannot succeed being like everybody else. I ask my students all the time, what is the opposite of success? And they always tell me failure, and I tell them wrong, bad, wrong. The opposite of success is not failure. The opposite of success is conformity. You'll never succeed, conforming to the wishes and the norms and the moral ways of others. You are blessed to live in a capitalistic economy. But the form of capitalism that we see now is a bankrupt version. I mean, you go out there in my study and I will show you my copy of The Wealth of Nations by Adam Smith. And here you can sit down and read it. And if you can get past all the highlighted pages and all the notes in the margin and how many times I've read that book. And what did Adam Smith, and first of all, who in the world was Adam Smith? He wasn't even an economist. He was a moral philosopher. He was an abolitionist. And why in the world was Adam Smith an abolitionist? Because he says in Wealth of Nations, his definition of capitalism, I allow you to pursue your divine interests, and you allow me to pursue I allow you to pursue your divine interest, and you allow me to pursue my divine interest, and who will benefit? IH. What in the world is IH? Invisible hand. What is invisible hand according to Adam Smith? It's providence, it's God Almighty. Who will benefit? The greater good. But then Adam Smith goes on to say, whenever you block the other party from pursuing his or her divine self-interest, all bets are off. It's no longer capitalism. So we really don't live in a capital. The United States thinks it's a capitalist environment, but according to Adam Smith, it isn't. Because we've been in this country for 400 years, and only 65 of the 400 years we've been free. I mean, you think about it. Okay, so we came here in 1619. You do the math. For the first 240 years, we were slaves. It was illegal for us to accrue wealth. And then after that, I mean, here you got Jim Crow after that. And we couldn't even vote until 1965, the Voting Act. I mean, I look at my grandfather, I'm 70 years old. And I look at my grandfather. My grandfather lived in North Carolina before he moved to Ohio. My grandfather and grandmother, my grandfather was a butler, my grandmother was a maid, and they worked together before they got married. They worked for a wealthy white family in North Carolina, and then moved to Ohio before he moved to Harlem, New York. I don't even know if that man ever got a chance to vote in his lifetime. When my father came back from World War II in 1944, only 4% of African Americans who lived below the Mason-Dixon line could vote. And here I am, a junior in high school. A junior in high school in 1970, that number went from 4% to only 6%. So, you know, getting back to that, so inner directed versus outer directed. Point number 2, they flat out refused to fail. Now, I'm not saying they didn't fail. Many of them actually failed the way to success, but failure was never a viable option for them. Now, the good news about failure is that you're the only individual who keeps scoring. And the other good news about failure is that success is a statistical event. That's all it is, a statistical event. All right, so it took me 7 years to finish the books. But here now, I have a nice lifestyle, and I never have to go back and do the nonsense that I did before. I mean, untold readers, man, that I don't even know, and I didn't even think, and I couldn't even conjure when I published these books that would have an impact on their life, and they contact me. Success is a statistical event. And then last but not least, readers are leaders. Readers are leaders. If you read 30 to 60 minutes a day in the field of your choice, and I don't care what that field is, you do read 30 to 60 minutes a day, and you do that for 3 years, you'll be known throughout your community. You read 30 to 60 minutes a day, you do that for 5 years, you'll be known throughout the country. You read 30 to 60 minutes a day, and you do that for 7 years, you will draw world recognition. And the bottom line, you want to succeed, all you got to do is show up. That's what I learned from entrepreneurs. You want to succeed, all you got to do is show up. You show up, you'll be 80% of the competition. You show up on time, you'll be 85% of the competition. You show up on time with a plan, you'll be 90% of the competition. You show up on time with a plan and a commitment to carry it out, you'll be 95% of the competition. But if you show up on time with a plan and a commitment to carry it out and then execute it, you make the cover of Time magazine. That's the whole heart and soul of entrepreneurship. And what is the definition of entrepreneurship? Definition of entrepreneurship is pursuit of an opportunity without any regard to the resources at hand. Where in the world do ideas come from? An idea comes from your creator knocking on your subconscious, asking you, do you want more out of life? And there is nothing pretentious, there's nothing precocious about your creator. Some folks say, well, God is testing you. Why in the world would God test you? God isn't testing you. That's a lack of belief in yourself. There is nothing pretentious and precocious. Your creator gave you the dream. but you've got to believe in yourself when no one else will. If I asked you, how would you qualify? How would you categorize? How would you describe what you do for a living? Would you tell me it's work? Would you tell me it's drudgery? Would you tell me that it's painful? Or would you tell me that it's a mission? Would you tell me that it's passion? Hopefully you'll tell me that it's mission because it's part of your ministry. If you tell me that you're passionate about it, that will lead to conviction, and conviction will lead to commitment. And nothing on this planet can ever stop the passionate, committed mind. Nothing can ever stop the passionate, committed mind. If the passionate, committed mind could be stopped, there'd be no Oprah Winfrey. If the passionate, committed mind could be stopped, there'd be no Jay-Z, there'd be no Beyonce. There would be no Bill Gates, there would be no Steve Jobs. So there you are. Those are the 4 keys to entrepreneurship. Any individual can apply those keys to his and her life. And what we need, we need entrepreneurs. We need wealth creators. We need the wealth to stay within our community. We just need just rows and rows and streams in areas in Black communities that have 700 credit score. Because we really have got to begin to go ahead and really get a handle on our economic development. Well, Belt and Soul, I hope that's good. I hope you can use it. That's my take on entrepreneurship in general and the backflap story to my life. And for those of you who may be looking at this Zoom call and looking at this podcast and looking at this part of Belton's book, I hope it makes a difference in your life. And again, I am Dr. Dennis Kimbro. Keep doing what you're doing. Believe in yourself when no one else will. And greatness will certainly find itself at your doorstep. Take care. God bless.
Like many of you, I was raised to study hard and to work hard in order to accomplish my dreams. But like many of you, I am sure you now know that that is not completely so. Listen, let me take you on a little journey with me. I was sitting in a group coaching session when the master coach asked, "What is it you do?" The woman replied, now, I'm just going to call her Doris. She says, "I help women to restore their hope and strengthen their confidence." Now, before she could finish what she thought was her great bumper sticker pitch, the master coach interrupted. "Well, that's bullshit." Whew. Clutching my pearls, I was both in shock. My brain was spinning, my emotional brain, I should say, and my ego all at once was attempting to reconcile and to process what my eyes and my ears had just taken in. I could not believe that in front of a class of 20 plus people, this man had snatched the living life out of her without extending much of an effort. And truth be told, I believe I can still hear her sense of self to this day do the dead man's thud to the floor. Now, I don't know if it was bravery or if it was foolishry, but either one, she gathered enough wind in her lungs to say, "What?" Whew. Now, visually emboldened that she was bold enough to come back for another, the master coach repeated, "As I said, that's bullshit." At this point, I knew all the others in the room were having a near-death experience because we all could feel her pain. The room went deadly silent because none of us expected the master coach to repeat what he had said previously. You said something horrible, you may catch yourself and say, but no. Now, as the rest of us pan the room, we could all at once experience a range of shame, embarrassment, and anger was all plastered in our faces and our eyes because we were searching the room just to get confirmation that something was uncomfortably wrong in the room. Now, in this moment, she needed to have applied either social awareness or self-management, one of which, or both, would have allowed her to move beyond her bubbling feelings and thoughts. Now, would she choose to allow the coach to have his day of feeling important, empowered, and in control? Or would she seize the moment to pause, reset, reclaim the dignity and the space that she knew that she was entitled to? Now, I even recall getting text messages stating, Judy Ann, can you believe what happened? The truth is, not really. I didn't expect it to go that terribly wrong. Now, what I would like for you to do for me is just to take a moment and just contemplate, how would you feel if you got that reaction while you believe that you were working on your purpose and you got that response? Now, you can even start by considering what thoughts and feelings were flowing through you as I shared the story with you. Now, while I'm professionally certain that this master coach believed that he was providing hard and clear and critical feedback, rooted in that theory, let me rip them down so I can, build them back up. But actually what happened is the real-time response was that he lost instantaneously the trust and the faith and the confidence of the group. There was a loss of trust that he would not shame and humiliate them like he did to Doris. Now, they had a diminished sense of faith that he would encourage and empower their efforts and their dreams. Now, these were possibly evaporating the overall confidence the participants had in pursuing what they thought were their purpose and destiny. It doesn't feel too good, does it? Well, believe it or not, ladies and gentlemen, this happens every single day, and it is the hallmark of poor leadership. It is also the surefire way to negatively impact your bottom line, AKA lose clients, AKA negative revenue. Not to mention, it will definitely have bad PR that will surely follow. Now, let's circle back a little bit. Remember what I told you in the beginning, that we were taught to study hard and to work hard? Yes, remember that? Okay, great. However, many of us were not taught early on in life to monitor our emotions, because you know what? There will be unpredictable moments that would reoccur. There will be times when somebody will just get on your last cotton picking nerves. And guess what? It will probably happen in public and when you least expect it. So, we definitely have to work on that. However, let me take you a little bit deeper. Men were socialized to believe that it's not good to show emotions when stressed or when under duress. So, if we were to say, what is the measure of a potentially successful leader? One could say is one who's not only content competent, but one who's also well emotionally regulated. Now, there are numerous people who are masters of their craft. However, they are challenged to take on and maintain clients and or staff because rather than making people feel valid, they tend to make people feel deflated, undervalued, and uninspired. Now, there is this great quote that I absolutely love. That quote is by Dolly Parton. It says, "If your actions create a legacy that inspires people to dream more, to learn more, to do more, and to become more, then you are an excellent leader." Don't you just love it? I absolutely love it. Let me say it again because I love it that much. If your actions create a legacy that inspires others to dream more, learn more, do more, and become more, then you are an excellent leader. Now, the $64,000 question is, how do I create such a legacy? Well, the first thing that I would love for you to do is to look directly in the mirror. Yes, really, look directly in the mirror. And I want you to ask the first person that you see, "Hey, you over there, I'm talking to you. Yeah, you. What would my clients say about me? What kind of leader would my clients say that I am? Am I one who edifies or destroys? Am I one who galvanizes or derails? Am I one who inspires or discourages?" Now, one surefire way to becoming a better leader is to develop your emotional intelligence. It is a crucial component to great leadership. Emotional intelligence is the ability to understand, use, and manage your own emotions in positive ways to relieve stress, communicate effectively, empathize with others, overcome challenges, and diffuse conflict. It helps to build stronger relationships. It allows you to succeed at work and in school and in your business. It allows you to achieve career and personal goals. It also helps you to connect your feelings and turn intention into action. It allows you to make better informed decisions, especially, those decisions that really matters to you. Emotional intelligence is that up close and personal connection with the interplay of your feelings, your thoughts, and your behaviors. So in short, emotional intelligence is the ability to recognize, understand, and manage emotions in ourselves and others. Now, we're going to take you a little bit deeper. Emotional intelligence has generally two core competencies in our lives, right? That's the personal side and that's the social side. So taking a look at the personal competence first, that includes self-awareness and self-management, right? Self-awareness is critical because we must be aware of what is it that we are emitting outward. What is it that we are projecting outwardly, right? Now, let me ask you a question. Have you ever been in a situation where somebody says, "What's wrong? How do you feel?" And you're like, "What? I feel fine." Or they come up and says, they are experiencing a certain emotion from you, which you're completely unaware of. If that ever happened to you before, I know it has happened to me, right? People thought I was upset or something. I'm like, I'm really not, I'm perfectly fine. However, that lack of awareness can serve to derail collaboration, joint ventures. So we must be aware of our emotions that we are projecting to the world. Now, that continuous pulse, where we do that on a continuous basis, it will allow us to better navigate every interaction that we have. And as I said, especially those interactions that are of personal value to you. Now, it is a consistent pause, self-assessment, reassess, and reboot. As a matter of fact, your ability to self-assess also plays a role in your level of self-confidence. Now, let's take a look at self-management. Now, self-management is the ability to control impulsive behaviors and feelings, to redirect your emotions in healthy ways, to take that initiative, complete that commitment, and most importantly, to adapt to acute changing situations where you must adapt and change your behavior immediately. Now, taking a look as social competence. Social competence includes social awareness and relationship management. Social awareness is the ability to demonstrate and the willingness to show empathy, which is appreciating someone else's emotional position or status. Now, that is not necessarily understanding how they're experiencing what they're experiencing, because the truth be told, you can't really experience another person's pain, frustration, or disappointment. However, what you can do is that you can understand that they are feeling that way. And you can also appreciate that when you felt that way, it was not a good feeling. Okay? So, in short, empathy is acknowledging and valuing the other individual's needs to have emotional space and their experience. Now, social awareness is needed not only on the personal level, but also on the organizational level. As a matter of fact, us here in the US and those who watched it around the globe recently had a gift where we saw emotional awareness exemplified on the governmental level. What do I mean by that? In the US, there was a memorial service that was held to honor and acknowledge the 400,000 lives that were lost due to COVID. Now, the nation needed empathy. We needed to know that those that were in power understood and appreciated the grief, the loss, the anxiety, the frustration that the entire nation was living through or is living through. As a matter of fact, the world is living through. Now, let me take this down to a more localized level for you, meaning your business, your career. Now, what this does for you is allows you to understand your customer needs or your coworkers' needs or your manager's needs. It gives you valuable data that will enable you to adjust your responses, your behavior, whatever it is, to your client's need, your manager's need, whomever it is, all right, or your staff. So that is how important that is. All righty, now let's take a look at relationship management. Now let's face it, relationship management on a professional level can be challenging. However, it is a central component, not only to your leadership, but also to your legacy. Now, here are a few pointers. There are more, but just a few that you can possibly, start working on, thinking about, etc. Now, the first one is you can create opportunities for growth through constructive feedback. You can also consider developing, the ability to influence through persuasive strategies. You can become a change agent in creating new ideas and leading people in new directions. You can help to build strong bonds, and you can do so by, managing conflict, because they are sure to arrive. The other thing that you can do is that you can create meaningful collaboration and teamwork. Now, the truth is, all of this that I've just shared with you are not one and done exercises. Rather, there are a lifetime of continuous refining of our self-growth, right? Now, to echo Amanda Gorman, being determined and committed enough to be the light and brave enough to see the light. Now, let me just take you back to Doris, take you back to that coaching session. She chose not to have her light be diminished in the face of her discomfort. Rather, she paused, she reset, and she rebooted. Her emotional intelligence empowered her light to continue to shine. Now, what kind of leader are you? As part of my commitment to you and my effort to also be the light, I invite you to take a 10-minute quiz that helps to measure your emotional intelligence and feeds right back to you valuable information that will tell you your areas of growth. Now, to get this quiz, all you need to do, if the link is not already there, is go to bit.ly/intention into action, one word. Again, bit.ly/intention into action. Now, I hope you too will continue to shine.
What if I told you I made 30,000 in 3 days? What if I told you I managed to go off my blood pressure medication in 3 weeks? What if I told you I conquered a fear of public speaking in 30 days? I am crushing goals. Strawberry Letter 55. So I know from the title, you might be thinking this is a letter seeking advice from Steve Harvey, right? No, this is my very own Strawberry Letter 55, a love letter to myself. Biblically speaking, Paul wrote letters to the church, and before that, in 500 BC, the first handwritten letter was written by a Persian queen. And what happened is, as people became more literate, it was the way to communicate. Letters were strapped to animals, sent on their way to the destination. You had the Pony Express, the rail and the roadway, from the air to digital. We all get excited when we got mail. After my presentation, I want you to walk away with at least 4 takeaways. First, I want you to see how important a date is when you're establishing your goals. Number 2, major life experiences such as divorce, death, downsizing, medical illnesses. That doesn't mean life has to end when you encounter those things. It's really a new beginning. Number 3, I want you to know that living for self, seeking self-satisfaction, and making self-care a priority is not a bad thing. It's really living a quality life. And finally, I want you to know how important the writing of a letter is. Write the vision and make it plain. With that being said, let me introduce myself. I am Renee Johnson. I'm also go by Emma. I'm the wife of the handsome and sexy man, Michael Johnson. I have 3 beautiful children. I have 1 grandson and a bonus son. I'm the owner of the Asher brand, where I have businesses in the financial services. I have an event planning and an online clothing boutique. I am the youngest of 9 children. And to give some perspective here, when I was born, my oldest sibling was 24 years old. Imagine the dynamics in that family, in our family. At age 6, my father passed away, and I grew up without a father in the household. Now, I know this is not uncommon in our Black community, but for as long as I can remember, this was very devastating to our family. At the time, it was 5 children still in the home. My mother was 49. She never worked, and she never remarried. So I realized much later, I was raised by a single parent. Now, nevertheless, I thought I was pretty special. God came to me in a dream and he said, I am your father. I really felt that I was fatherless, or I didn't really feel like I was fatherless. I excelled in school. I strived in extracurricular activities. I was a band student, National Honor Society in the top 10. I received numerous scholarships upon graduation. I played the piano for my church. I just was a pretty happy-go-lucky girl. I felt blessed. I was favored. I knew one day I would take the world by storm. Then I became an adult. I made some decisions, some wrong decisions. I felt like I was Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden. I had sinned. I had become ashamed. I was naked. Everything in my life at the time was different growing up. I started second guessing myself. I was thinking I wasn't good enough. I allowed others to label me. I lacked confidence. I said the words I can't more than I said I can. I became clueless to the world around me. I was wounded, scarred, and broken. Now that's a whole nother book that I need to write. And let's say I'm far from perfect. But what do we do when we come into contact with those types of things? And we kind of live life as though nothing is wrong. I mean, we move in and out of season. We, tell people we're okay, but we're really not. And mainly in our community, being raised by a Black strong woman, I believe I was conditioned to just mask the truth. So I eventually went on and I met my husband to be. I first got pregnant and we eventually married and we grew our family. And so as time went on, I wore many hats, being a mother, a daughter, sister, wife, friend, employee. I mean, ladies, we know we wear a lot of hats and we do so much. We are phenomenal. So fast forward to the age 54, things in my life was changing. My husband and I, we became empty nesters, grandparents. We were in a different season. And I think we kind of sat down and we laughed. It was like, is this midlife crisis? I had heard of it. We had heard of it. We feel like we're experiencing it. So we looked in the rearview mirror and we saw that, wow, we probably have more years behind us than we do in front of us. So one thing I was noticing about my siblings, my older siblings, they were getting up in age and they actually was passing away at a young age. My father passed away when he was 50. And I just started realizing, hey, I'm 54. One sister passed away at 74, brother at 75. I was like, that's only 20 years away. But that was a wake up call for me. And I'm like, wow. So what I also found that my siblings and my mom, when she passed away, everyone needed care just before they passed away, up to 3 years. So that really cut back too on that life and living a life that is a healthy lifestyle. I said, wow, I need to do something different. So I was just scrolling on the Facebook and I noticed a friend of mine, she was in a gym and she was going every day. She was posting that she was at the gym 5 a.m. in the morning. And I was like, okay, for somebody to be in the gym at 5 a.m., they're actually getting up at 4 or so to get to the gym. I was like, so what is motivating her? What is pushing her to get up in the morning and get to the gym? And so I stopped by that gym, talked to the trainer. I had never really been involved in any type of organized fitness type facility. So they had a 7-day trial and he was like, why don't you try the 7 days? So I signed up for the 7 days and the 7 days had come and gone and I went consecutively. So once I got to the end, you had to make a decision. Do you sign up for a membership or did you just waste 7 days? And so I ended up signing up. However, they had a different structure. They had a plan where you could pay weekly, you could pay semi monthly, you could pay monthly or 1 year. And I was like, well, a year is too long that I really can't do even a month or a week because that's too short. I really had to give myself some time to make sure this would work. And it wasn't cheap by no means. So I had to be very prudent and wise. And so I asked for a 6-month membership. And they mentioned that they never had someone ask for a 6-month and they had to think about it. And then finally say, yes, we would do 6 months for you. So I signed up for a 6-month. At that time, I was probably like close to 6 months away from my 55th birthday. So I have made some goals for myself as far as what I wanted to do. And one of the biggest things, because my family, there's a history of heart disease, Parkinson's, strokes. I wanted to make sure that this was the right thing to do and that I was positioning myself that I would be able to live a quality life. So joining the gym, everyone knows that you need to go see your physician, or you should, especially at age 54. And so I went to see my physician who was actually not in. So I talked to one of the physicians on staff and they were like, after 7 days of being in the gym, they said, your blood pressure is low, a lot lower than what it's been. And I was like, that's great. And so while I was there, they said, did you know that in 2 weeks you're in for your yearly examination? And I said, no, I didn't know that. So I had to go back in 2 weeks. And so in 2 weeks, I saw my regular physician, and my blood pressure was so low because the blood pressure and the workout in the gym were working double time for me. And so I ended up having it so low that if I didn't do something such as go off the medication, I would end up fainting, and that would not be, good. So I was taking off the blood pressure medication. So a goal that I had set for myself for 6 months, because that was a goal, to go off the medication, get my life together, my physical body, so I could go on to lead a healthy life. So that was one goal that I reached in 3 weeks. Later in the year, we're towards the end of the year almost, and I had a goal for my business where at the end of the year, I needed to reach a certain goal. And also there was a quota that I had to meet. And so at the end of, it was after Christmas and 3 days left in the year, I had to go and make sure I met that goal. And I met that goal of $20,000 in 3 days. And then after making the $20,000, I received a bonus of $10,000. So now $30,000 in 3 days. Again, remember, 3 days, 3 weeks. So fast forward to just 30 days prior to my 55th birthday, I started a women's Facebook group. And the goal of that was to reach at least 55 women to go on a journey with me for 30 days. For 30 days, we talked about subject matters such as lifting women as we climb, being brave and courageous, being authentic. And we knew that we had to feel the spiritual thirst. So I selected Proverbs 31, the virtuous woman, as our backdrop to these 30 days. The women were going to go, they were going to get their short-term goals. We were going to check in weekly, and we were going to walk this journey out. And what I did, I went on Facebook Live every night at 8 p.m. and we had these discussions. I led them. So it really was giving me all the practice that I needed in public speaking. So that went over very well with the virtuous woman, because we know she's a person, she knows her worth. We were looking at her as our model. She wore many hats. She took care of her husband. She took care of her family. She served the community. She was a merchant. She made her own clothing. She worked from sun up to sundown, as the Bible says, that, her oil didn't go out. And I think she worked in seasons, or there was different things that was going on. I don't know if she did everything at once, because we as women, we're hard on ourselves. We're trying to do it all, because I think a virtuous woman, she becomes virtuous over a lifetime. So where am I going with the strawberry letter 55, a love letter to self? This is the main ingredient here. There are 6 components of a letter. You have your date, your address, your salutation, your body, your closing, and your signature. So let's start with the date. The date, you need a date to put out on your goals. Whenever you're looking to set a goal, you need to know what date you want to set for this goal. If you are working on something, I think a date gives it a sense of urgency that, hey, I got to meet this date. And another thing, you want to make sure that the Bible says that God, Jesus has come that we have life and live life more abundantly. So as we are looking at these goals, I would like to, if I could, let's call them life pursuits, because that's really what they are. We're trying to make a difference. We're trying to be purposeful in the things that we're doing. And like I said, there's a sense of urgency. So we want to live that abundant life. So as I look towards that date of 55, where I knew there was a change in my life, that I wanted to make sure that I was better physically that my body was. And so that was a sense of urgency, for me. So that's your date. Always get a date to affix to your life pursuits. Your address. That could be a physical address. It could be your current place of address. It could be a title. I think of myself as I was going through all the things that I was going through. I went back really to my childhood, and that address could have been the date that I would put on this letter. It's something that it gives you identity, for you. It gives you what you need as far as that place. It puts you in that frame of mind. You have to be in the frame of mind as you're searching and heading out for these pursuits. Your salutation, that's your greeting. I think every day you should be looking at these pursuits, and you should be connecting yourselves with them. And I will share a story with you. My husband, he's a builder, and he's out working on this project. We bought a home that we wanted to pretty much restore. It was a home that needed a lot of work. So he went in, he gutted out the whole home. And as I would come by some days, I would check on him as he's working, that he's doing all this work alone. And I would go in, and everything is everywhere. Everything is in chaos. And I said, how do you work in this? And he said, because I see the end date. I see what it's going to look like. I see the vision of what I know it should be. I mean, we have to be visionaries when we're out here pursuing these life pursuits. We have to see that end. So to see that end, you got to be in constant contact every day. You have to be saying hello, what's up, as Martin used to say. So you have to be making that greeting, that connection. So the body, we're talking about a letter now, the body, realizing that this is a lifestyle change, guarding your body at all times, your mental, protecting your ear gates, what's coming, around you, your eyes, what you're seeing. Sometimes we wonder why we're stuck, why we're disappointed. It's a lot of the negative energy that is around us. Sometimes we have to cut people off. We got to, cut things off. We can't go to the same places that we've always gone. We got to keep our minds focused and sharp. We have to seek out mentors if we need to. We need to take classes to add to our skill sets. For our physical body, we need to make sure that we're up for the journey. We can't be sick. We got to be well in order to fulfill those life pursuits. Our spiritual body, prayer, meditation, we have to get into the word. And, we have to have them all. We can't have just one. We can't have the body working and our soul is lost. One of my favorite Bible scriptures that talks about what does it profit a man to gain the world and mess around and lose his soul. We got to take inventory, basically, what we have that's we already equipped with, and what do we need. So before we even start the strategizing and the closing, we're strategizing. And so that leads me to the closing. That's where those strategies come in. That's where if you think about SMART goals, and when you're writing out your goals, that they need to be specific, measurable, achievable, realistic, and timely. And I just went to a workshop last week, and they added on the ER, that it needs to have evaluation and review. So smarter goals. Again, smart life pursuits is what we're talking about here. So those are the specific things that we should be doing in order to reach those life pursuits. Then we go to the signature. The signature is the vow, the agreement, the covenant. These pursuits, they will change your life. When I got married, I took a vow. My husband and I were celebrating 25 years this year. We took a vow those vows are still relevant today, for better, for worse, for richer, for poor, in sickness and in health, out of love, and I'm to love and cherish. So that's what we're going to do with our life pursuits. We're going to sign off on those. I have gone to many workshops, for vision boards, for goal setting. And not once do I remember where I had signed off. I made that a commitment. So you may wonder, why did I name this strawberry letter 55? Of course, I was turning 55. And you may not know, strawberries, they protect your heart. They increase your good cholesterol. They lower your blood pressure. They guard against cancer. Strawberries, they are sodium free, fat free, cholesterol free, and low calorie. Not to mention, red is my favorite color. And sometimes my husband likes to feed me, strawberries, but that's another workshop. So in my workshop, I will help you um, fulfill your life pursuits in a somewhat non-conventional way. You will write your own letter, you will sign your letter, and it will serve as your commitment to reach your life pursuits. You will mail the letter to you, so in essence, return the sender. You will send a second copy, or you can send a second copy to accountability partner, because you do need somebody to walk this out with you. So that could be your spouse, it could be your mother, your daughter, your sister, a friend, or mentor, anybody that you feel that can walk with you on this journey. So join me at my workshop, and I'm sure you will leave life changed.
Hey, welcome to the next session of the Black and Iconic Summit. I am Ryan C. Green, and I'm here to talk to you all about unveiling the scam of the bestseller author. Listen, a little bit about myself, and I'm going to jump right in. I am Ryan C. Green, founder of Indie Author Pro. For the last 16 years, I have published books, written books, and also helped authors publish and market their books. So had some tremendous success over the 15 years. But I want to kind of share with you some of the things that I've run into, and really why I think that as authors, we independent authors have kind of lost their way, kind of lost what the point is of writing their books. So I want to hopefully give you some tips today that will help you get past thinking that becoming a bestseller is all there is to it. Once I become a bestseller, I've arrived, right? So I wrote my first book in 2005, Success is in Your Hand, and I've helped other authors reach over 100 bestsellers lists on Amazon.com, right? Clap it up, clap it up. Sounds real good. But here's what I learned, right? After writing my books, after writing, now working on my 10th book myself, after helping other authors write books and reaching all these bestsellers lists, I learned that there's one little secret I learned is that being a bestseller doesn't translate to revenue per se, okay? And I think that that's what so many independent authors fail to realize before they get into it, is that their goal is, I want to be a best-selling author. And best-selling author is cool and it's nice and it's a great accolade, but it doesn't translate to money. It doesn't translate to revenue. And if you are writing a book, if you're trying to build a business, you want your book to then translate into revenue, okay? So that's what I try to help people do, is that, if you reach the bestsellers list, that's great. That's fun, that's cool. But if you're not making money from your book, if your book is not generating revenue, helping you build your business, what are you really doing it for, right? You could just tell a story to anybody who wants to listen, if that's all you really want to do. Once you start to write that book, there's so many more things that book should be doing for you. And if it's not doing those things for you, then let's have time to talk. So there's 3 roadblocks that most authors run into when they're trying to build their brand, sell a book, make money. It's 3 roadblocks. First thing is they never move past just selling the book. Okay, I'm going to talk to you today about how to move past just selling the book. When you're trying to become a best-selling author, We don't want to worry about that. That's only focusing on the book. But I'm going to share some secrets with you today on how to move past just trying to sell the book. Second thing is that they don't have the systems in place that allow them to scale their business. So if you've written a book and you have a message that you want to share, but all you're doing is telling about the story in your book, what do you do after that? How do you then scale that? How do you then take that those pages of that book and then scale it into a business? And then finally, they aren't attracting clients that allow them to grow. So your book, you may have heard this before, that your book is your business card. Your book should open the doors for you. The book is kind of the first step people should take to learning how to do business with you. But if you don't have something in place to attract those clients, if you haven't written your book in a way to sell your business, if you haven't written that book in a way to encourage readers to now want to do business with you, then you're missing the ball here. Okay, so there's two questions. Two questions I get asked the most when people find out I either write or publish, I help authors sell more books. There's two questions I always get asked the most. The first question is, how do I write my book? And the second question is, how do I sell more books? Okay, so I'm going to talk briefly about writing the book, but also really mostly about how to sell the books. Because I help people in the self-help space, in the personal development book, nonfiction types. I can help you sell your books and help you market your books. I can't really tell you what to put in your book. Okay, you need to know that if you're going to write a book, you should be the expert. You should know what to write about. You should have the stories to share. I can tell you how to formulate it, how to kind of optimize it is for maximum sales, but I can't really tell you how to write your book, what to put in your book. Okay, so what we want to do today is I really want to, as we talk about unmasking the scam of the bestseller author, because we want to move past having those titles, right? We want to move past having a title, and we want to start moving towards how to make our book make revenue for us. All right, here's a statistic. 93% of authors don't earn over $100,000 a year, okay? 93% of authors don't earn $100,000 a year from their books. So there's a whole lot of people out there who are bestsellers, right? A whole lot of people out there who are topping these Amazon lists, or even the USA Today type lists, New York Times lists, or topping these lists and aren't making money because all they're doing is the book. So let's do a little math here, right? Because if you're doing I know with the USA Today, you have to sell at least 6,000 books to hit the top USA Today bestsellers list, not the top, to hit the list, right? So you're doing 6,000 books, then one, you have to have a major publisher, first of all. So you're only going to get maybe about $1 or $2 per book. You multiply that by 6,000, what are you looking at? 6,000, maybe $10,000 you're making from your bestseller book. Is that going to retire you? Is that going to build the business that you want to build? So think about that when you're looking at these titles, and what you see, they all look glamorous online. They look nice when you see people talking about them. Oh, I'm a bestseller. Oh, I want to have a best-selling book. But here's the thing. It doesn't mean they're making money. And anybody can go out there and say they're a bestseller. There's no guarantee that every single person who tells you they're a best-selling author has actually accomplished the feat of becoming a best-selling author, right? All being a best-selling author means is that you have positioned yourself on a list at some period of time, especially with Amazon, right? Amazon, all it means is that for this hour, because they update their bestsellers list every hour, and I'm not poo-pooing on being a bestseller, okay? I'm just saying that can't be your end-all, be-all. But every hour, they update their list. And if that hour you sold more books than anyone else, then you're going to be above them on the list. But the thing about it is, it doesn't take a whole lot of books. You may have sold 3 books in that hour and no one else sold a book in that hour. So now you're a bestseller, but you sold 3 books, right? You sold 3 books. Maybe you're selling a book for $2.99. All right. So yeah, people are going to go out and buy your book because it's easy to go buy it in volume. There's so many ways to manipulate the system. So people's like, I'm a bestseller. I'm a bestseller. I'm a bestseller. Congrats. Good for you. You've got the pageant pride. Like you're winning the pageant. But let's win the profitability, right? We talked about that. So let's go into, these are things that I tell people about what to consider when writing their book, right? You want to consider the time it's going to take you to write your book. You want to consider the audience of your book. You want to consider your publishing options. Are you going to be an independent author? Are you going to seek a major publishing deal? You want to consider your book layout. What's the book going to look like? What kind of format are you going to have? The book cover, and then your social media and your marketing, your promotion. See, most people write a book to tell information. They're not optimizing their books to drive action. That's the biggest mistake that a lot of independent authors make, is that they just want to tell a story. Look, I live this, I know this, I want to share this. I want people to hear my story. And that's cool to start. But what happens after that? What are you doing after that? See, people can read your story, but if you're not telling them what to do about it, if you're not offering them some kind of system, if you're not sharing some way that you're going to solve a problem for them, then it ends at the end of your book. As I said, the average book sells 250 copies in its first year. The average book of all the books, the average book only sells 250 copies in its first year. So think about that. If you are going to sell a book and your goal is to make $100,000 from your book, right? And let's say the average book, you're selling books for $20. So you sell your book for $20. To reach $100,000 a year, you have to sell 5,000 copies of your book, right? 5,000 times 20 equals 100,000. But I just told you the average book only sells 250 copies a year. So how are you bridging that gap? If the average book is only going to sell 250, but your goal is to make 100,000, what do you do? How do you fill that gap? Here's what we talk about: moving from trying to become a bestseller on a list to being a top revenue author. Okay, this is what we do at Indie Author Pro. We take your book and show you how to build a top earning, a top revenue creating business from this book. So let's take that book. The old way of selling books is that you're going to go out there, you're going to have to sell 5,000 copies of your book. That's 14 books a day. So if you already have a book written, if your book is already done, if you didn't sell 14 copies of your book today, you're already behind. Whoops. What about tomorrow? If you're 2 days behind, you're already 30 books behind just about, right? So there's got to be a better way. And it's got to be a better way to go out there and make this $100,000. And here's the secret. Here's the secret. Write this down. If you don't get anything else from today, I want you to write this down. The secret is to stop trying to sell your book. What? Yes, mind blown. Stop trying to sell your book. That's what so many people are getting confused and getting lost and getting stuck, because they're trying to sell their book. They're taking a book and they're saying, hey, here's my book, buy my book. But it's not the book that you want to sell. It's the content in the book that you should be marketing, that you should be selling, that you should be promoting. That's what's going to build your business. That's what's going to turn your $20 book into a $100,000 revenue stream, right? So you got to go out there and figure out how to turn your book into that revenue. So you got to stop trying to sell the book, start trying to sell the content. Because here's the thing about a book, right? The content that you put in a book is going to be valuable, but because you put it in a book, the market has already conditioned us that we're not going to spend more than $20, $25, maybe $30 for a book. So the same information I'm going to tell you in a book, because I put it in a book, I also just put a limit on how much the market will bear and pay for it at $20, $25. But the content is worth more than that. The content is more valuable than that. But I just chose to put it in a book because that's what people do. We write books, right? So what we want to do now is, how do we take this content? How do we rebrand the same content from our book into other formats to make that $100,000 to now generate real revenue for our business? And the first thing we do, I have a whole list of things that we teach you at Indie Author Pro. We go through how to really build your book, how to develop your business from your book and your content. The first thing I recommend is webinars. You can take your book and do a webinar based on what it is that you teach in your book. Take your top 3 points, whatever it is you want to do, and record yourself a webinar. And now you go out there and market that webinar talking about the book. And then the webinar can be a free webinar, it can be a paid webinar, whatever you decide to choose. You go out there and now you're marketing a webinar. You record your webinar one time, put that thing on Evergreen Autopilot. You start marketing your webinar. People are now learning from you 30 minutes, 45 minutes, an hour webinar training, learning about you, getting engaged. And now in the webinar, you're going to make them an offer. You're going to offer them to take a next step. Well, maybe the offer is going to be to buy the book. Maybe the offer is going to be to set up an appointment with you. Maybe the offer is going to be to sign up for a course. All right, but whatever it is, that webinar now takes them to the next step and the next opportunity for them to do business with you. I talked about courses. That's the next thing. Build an online course. Like I said, I work with nonfiction self-help. All right. If you're writing a self-help book, if you're teaching someone how to do something, you're writing a course. You're automatically writing a course in your book. Your book should be teaching people how to solve a problem. So if you're teaching them how to solve a problem, you probably have steps on how to solve that problem. So those steps in your book is now your outline for your course. Simply build a course and simply make videos of yourself teaching the same exact thing you wrote in the book. Okay, you don't have to think, you don't have to rebrand, you have to rethink this thing. You've already written out the script. All you're doing now is sitting in front of a camera, recording some short videos, loading them online into a format, an online course format, and now you have a course teaching the same things you taught in the book. But here's the thing about a course, right? How much would you pay for a course? See, courses, you could, we've seen many courses you can pay for $49 or $99, but there's courses that charge up to $4, $5, $6, $10,000 for a course. So now the same information that you had in your book for $20, you're now selling on an online course for $2,000. How much quicker will you get to $100,000 selling a $2,000 course than selling $20 books? See? So now we're looking at the content, because we're not selling a book, we're selling a book content. All right. Speaking engagements. Everyone wants to be on a stage, right? Everyone wants to be in front of someone's microphone speaking and talking. So now, because you have a book, you can now you should have a signature presentation based on your book. So that when someone says, hey, I want you to come and talk about your book, you're not going out there guessing what to talk about. You already have your signature presentation from your book that you're going to go out there and talk about. And here's the thing, guess what? Your signature presentation is probably going to sound a whole lot like your webinar. See, this isn't a lot of work. This isn't a lot of things that we have to come up with and how to do. You do some certain things one time. Once you get it right, you see how you can just take this out of here, put this over here, take this from here, put this over here. So the same webinar I do can now be my signature presentation when I'm standing in front of a crowd of 500 people, 1,000 people online doing a virtual summit all across the world, like Black and Iconic, right? Listen, here's the thing. Maybe I shouldn't tell you. I'm teaching you stuff that I already have in a webinar as well. So this stuff, this signature presentation, this webinar stuff, I'm doing what I'm showing you and telling you as well, okay? Next is programs. Next is how can you design, what kind of program can you design that people will want to invest in, that you can help them find a solution to a singular problem. Now, as a program is going to be something where you're going to say, here's one issue we're going to solve, and here's how we're going to do it, and here's the system that we're going to use to do it, okay? So that program will be something that you'll market, and this programs you're looking at, these are high-ticket items, right? So now that $20 book just became a $5,000 program. Maybe it's a coaching program where people are now investing in you to coach them for 60 days. And now over the 60 days, you're charging them $5,000, $10,000 to teach them what it is that you learned that you wrote about in your book. This is what we're talking about in Indie Author Pro, and what we try to teach people how to now get past just selling your book, how to stop worrying about becoming a best-selling author. We want to worry about becoming a top revenue author, right? Author is just part of what we do, all right? Membership programs. You have people who will pay monthly to learn from you, whether you're doing live trainings, vocal teletrainings, whether you're doing Zoom trainings. People will pay a monthly membership to go and learn from your program that your book teaches. So if your book teaches some kind of system, some kind of method, some kind of program, boom, you have a built-in mastermind, a built-in program, a built-in membership that people can pay monthly to take a part of and learn from you. Next, live events. You know, even with things being so shut down over the last year or so now, you know, you still have an opportunity to do live events, virtual events. Hey, this is a live event right now, right? This Black and Iconic seminar series is a live event, even if it's virtual. So you can go out there and take your book and build your own kind of brand, your own seminars, your own summits, and do live events from there that you're going to charge people to attend. Or even if it's free, maybe you charge them for the replays, or maybe you're charging people to come and speak, or you're charging sponsors to be a part of it. There's so many ways to earn income from your live events, okay, even now while everything is virtual. So don't overlook that. Last couple of things are going to be your digital academies, your masterminds, and then there's the one-on-one coaching. So I talked about the academies. Those are like online courses, but your masterminds where you have people where I'm going to work on a small group, right? A mastermind, we may have 6 people. I know for me, we have a mastermind program where we charge 5 figures for a weekend. We take 6 people for a weekend, and we go through the entire process of building an entire business. Everything I'm talking about, we go and do it with them in one weekend. Take 5 people, 6 people in a weekend and do that. And trust me, it's worth it. People are pouring into it. And that's when you know you're really working with the people who are serious about doing achieving the goals that you say you can help them achieve. But also now you aren't stressed out here trying to go out there and sell 14 books a day, because you've got 6 people in a weekend that could take care of you, you know, for a couple of months, really, once you build the business that way. And then finally, one-on-one coaching. When you're doing a one-on-one coaching, you are now positioning yourself as the expert, the guru, the mastermind to help those people. And obviously there's a higher price tag that goes with that. So listen, those are the kind of ways that when we talk about unveiling the scam of being a best-selling author, stop being caught up on titles, okay? Stop being so worried about what people call you, and start being more worried about what your bank account calls you, right? Is your bank account calling you broke, or is your bank account calling you a wealthy author, top revenue earning author? So listen, our time was short today, but I want to offer you an opportunity to sit down and have a conversation about you and your book, your product, your position in the process right now, and maybe see how we can help you with Indie Author Pro. So what I want to do is I'm going to offer you a free discovery session phone call. You can text the word discovery to, let me get the number, 614-333-0338. The number is 614-333-0338. Text the word discovery and you'll be able to click the link, set an appointment for a free author discovery call. We can talk about your project, your goals, and see how we can help you come out there and be a top earning Indie Author Pro. I want to thank you for your time. Again, my name is Ryan C. Green. I'm so excited about this opportunity to be part of this Black and Iconic Summit. I'm wishing you all the success. Look forward to working with you all real soon.
Once again, my friends, my name is Robert Antoinin, and you are listening live to BlackCEO's premier event, Black and Iconic. And this is day 4, where we have our authors and speakers showcase. And already in our morning session, you heard from Dr. Dennis Kimbro, and he brought that heat. I'm telling you, he brought that schmoo. And we're going to continue with what Dr. Kimbro started this morning with the rest of our authors and speakers who want to connect with you, collaborate with you, and help you with your business and your brand. As I told you earlier, Black CEOs, I just believe that you have got a book inside of you. You have got a message that needs to be shared with the world. So what are you waiting on? I want to make sure that you understand that the universe responds to action. What you put out in the universe will give it back unto you. Sometimes 5, 10, and 100-fold. And I promise you that there's somebody who needs to hear what you have to say. There's somebody who wants to read what you have experienced or the message that you want to share. So it is all up to you. You don't have to take my word for it. Just listen to the speakers, listen to the authors, and they will share their stories with you. They have been right where you are right now. All they did was stepped out on faith. They gave it a shot, and they are now winning. And I want us all to be #winning. So stay connected, stay tuned, and watch the Black CEOs premier event of 2021, Black and Iconic.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome. I'm so excited. My name is Renee, and I'm excited to be here with you. This is an awesome opportunity for me and for you, because there's some things I want to share with you, and hopefully this will help you understand that there is life after, and you can thrive in it. So yes, that's what we're going to talk about today, thriving in your after. So again, my name is Renee. Just to give you a little history about myself, I'm a 15-year domestic abuse survivor. That's right, I was in a domestic abusive relationship for 15 years. I've also attempted suicide in my life 4 times, and as you can see, I'm still here and I survived. But the one thing that I really want to talk about and share a story with you today, while I'm also explaining to you what I do, is about me almost losing my life and how I realized that I had life after. So I'm an advocate for domestic violence and suicide prevention. I'm also an international best-selling author through Amazon 2 times. I work for an awesome company, but I'm trying to do this for myself and understand that there's something out there life than working a 9-to-5 for somebody else. And not saying that I have anything against a 9-to-5, but let's just be clear. We all have something to give in life, and I just really believe that I have a lot to give, and I'm glad you're tuning in, and so hopefully I can help you get through some things, okay? So here we go. I want to give you a story, basically. So let's just imagine it's December 28th, and I am from the Chicagoland area. So anybody know anything about Chicago and the Windy City and the hop, it can be pretty cold, especially between December and January. So December 28th, 2008, I was coming home. Yes, that's 12 years ago. I was coming home from a church service, and I was wondering what life was going to be like just because I was in the process of getting a divorce. And I pulled into my driveway, and I was getting out of my car, and I'm just pondering about going into 2009, because we were 3 days out from the new year, about what I was going to do. I was going to be single pretty soon, trying to live my best life, adjusting to the new or what was going to be my new norm. No, it was not easy. Ending a marriage that had been on paper for almost 9 years, and just trying to focus through that. So I'm getting out of my vehicle, and I'm about to enter or walk up into the porch to enter my house. I see a person coming from behind a tree. And when they come out from behind the tree, I actually thought that they were going for my next door neighbor's house. And let me also say this: it is 10:30 at night. So we know in December, winter, everything's cold, everything's dark and dismal. So at 10:30, it's definitely not light outside, and all you have are street lights and maybe lights off of houses. So as I'm coming down, walking across the grass and going to my porch, I see this person come from behind a tree, and I actually thought that they were for my next door neighbor's house, but they were not. So they didn't say anything. I noticed them on a cell phone, and they put the cell phone in their pocket. So now instinct kicks in, and my adrenaline starts rising up, and I feel like I'm going to be robbed. This person never said anything to me, so I didn't want to alarm anybody in my house, or for the most part, take them to my door, because if he followed that, I wouldn't have an opportunity to tell anybody about what was going on. All I had was a small BlackBerry and a pocket Bible. I didn't carry purses back then, so I had my identification and stuff in my pocket. As I turned around to go back to my vehicle, this person called me out of my name, an explicit name that I won't say on this talk, and they told me not to move. When I turned around and looked at them, my first thought process before they even said that was to try to get back to my vehicle. I was going to get inside, use my phone, call the police, possibly run him over, but that did not happen. And when he stopped me, told me not to move, I seen he had a pistol in his hand, a 38 to be exact. And when he looked at me, I seen two of the coldest eyes that I ever seen in my life. And I didn't say anything to him. I'm thinking if it's a robbery, he could take whatever he wants, take the keys to my truck, he could take the phone. Like I said, I didn't have any cash on me. All I had was identification on me. But I noticed that he cocked the pistol, which let me know that I didn't believe any longer that this was a robbery. So I turned to my right to run to the porch, and that's when the first shot hit me. Yes, I was shot. Shot in between, I want to say like my rib cage and my lower abdominal area. And that shot, I believe, is the one that paralyzed me temporarily and had me on the ground. He came over and stood over me and shot me 3 more times. Yes, 3 more times. Now, I know some of you are sitting here, you're probably with your mouth open like, oh my God, oh my God. But this is where I get excited, because I enjoy telling this story because of what happened. So here we go. As he stood over me and shot me 3 more times, afterwards, he walked away. Yes, just literally walked away. Didn't run, didn't go to a car, nothing, walked away. I never lost consciousness, and I was able to scream for my life. My neighbors heard me. My mom heard me from the back of the house. She told my sister to go out and find me. I'm a woman of great faith, but while I was laying in the grass screaming for my life, I also made peace with God. Such a serenity came over me that if I was going to die, I had no fear or even thought of where I was going, because I knew I had a relationship with God. I knew, even though I wasn't perfect, still not perfect, that because I repented for my sins, that I was going to go to heaven. That's because that's what I believe. So my sister came outside, she began praying, she began saying, you should live and not die. You should live and not die. Just to cut the chase, the police came, ambulance came, everybody began to tend to me. My mom was outside in the cold. Neighbors began to gather around because they did not know it was me in the grass, excuse me. They thought that it was just somebody random. When I got in the ambulance, I was still conscious. They got me to the closest hospital, which has a fabulous trauma center. And I did not become unconscious until they put me under. They put me under for 4.5 hours. Just 4.5 hours. I was in surgery. I came out, and I have the notes still from my surgery to this day to prove what happened, because some people would not believe it, and that's what I'm about to share with you. Like I said, I was shot 4 times. One was an in and out, one was a graze. 2 ricocheted off of every organ in my body, except for my heart. So my diaphragm, my livers, my kidney, all of that, my colon, my spleen. 1 bullet actually put the size of a quarter in my 12th vertebrae and nicked my spinal cord, which rendered me paralyzed. So from that, I came out of it, as you can see, praise God. And I'm actually shaking my legs because I can walk. I don't want to jump up, but I can. So I was paralyzed for 2.5 days. I was up walking by the 5th day and out of the hospital by the 8th day. I tell people all the time, if you do not believe in miracles, I am that miracle. But what I'm here to share with you is, not only did I survive, not only did I come out of it, not only am I walking, talking, and sharing my story with you today, after surviving 15 years of domestic abuse, after being thrown out of my home, and then 2 months and 2 days later being shot by someone who was not my abuser, as I have to always say to make that disclaimer. I was actually abused by my ex-husband, but the person who shot me was not him. If you ask me, do I believe that the two connect? Of course, but that's just my opinion, because nothing ever connected the dots to make that happen. But going back to why I'm here before you today, after sharing that story of trauma, not just the trauma of being shot, not just the trauma of being in the hospital, not just the trauma of ending a 15-year relationship, of being abused and coming out of it. Now I'm about to be a single woman because I have to file for divorce, or I'm going through a divorce. I want to tell you that even in all of that, because I know that there has to be purpose and destiny on my life, I'm here to share with you how you can also thrive in your after. After anything, after divorce, after death of a loved one, after being sick, after losing a job, after ending any type of relationship, friendship, whatever have you, there is an after. If you're still here after the fact, there is something for you to do and something you can learn from it. I don't believe that life gives us lemons just to make lemonade. I believe that life gives us lemons so we can flourish from them, we can learn from them. There is so much power in just a lemon. There's vitamins in lemons. There's a smell in lemon. People use lemon not just to eat, but they use it for fragrance. They use it for cleaning. So there's so much more to just being a lemon. And that's what I'm here to tell you. Again, you can thrive in your after. What's thriving for me? Thriving is, I use the acronym THRIVE, and it is truth, happiness, responsibility, improve or invest in yourself, make sure that you know your value, and to have energy so you can evolve. That's a lot, so I'm going to say it again. So I need you to thrive. You need to be in your own truth. Truth is being as honest with yourself as you possibly can. If you're not having a good day, you're not having a good day. So what? But be true to yourself, because when you realize that you're not having something, or you're in a certain spot where you're stuck, the more you're honest with yourself, the quicker that you'll come out of it. And I'm going to explain to you how in the end, because there's something that I did to help myself get unstuck and realize that I can thrive in my life in the after. So 1 is your T, that's your truth. 2, your H, happiness. I believe that people decide their own fate and their own happiness. If I want to be a stick in the mud, if I want to be depressed all the time, if I want to sit here and not do anything, then that's my choice. But why choose to do that when I can choose to be happy? Happiness lets you live longer. Happiness, it actually rubs off on other people. If you ever notice how much a smile can change someone's day, My significant other, my best friend, always tells me every day we text. He always says, "Make someone smile today." And at first, I didn't get it. It took me a while to really understand what he meant. And he's always someone who's about positivity and not negative. He's changed his thought process for a few years now, and to be more positive about everything. And when he would tell me that at first, I would be like, yeah, okay, well, you have a good day too, and kind of blow it off. But when it began to resonate with me, and I actually got it when I would go out to work or go and speak with someone, I would make them smile. If I would smile at them, they would smile back at me, and it becomes contagious. So we have to make our own happiness. Responsibility. You have to be responsible for your own actions. You have to be responsible for your own mindset. You have to be responsible and take that responsibility and not put it off on anybody else. You can't blame anybody for your unhappiness. If you're unhappy, basically, you have to take that power back. They can do something to you. They can make you feel some kind of way, but you need to take your power back. You need to take the responsibility, own that, and run with it. Improve. Invest in yourself. Self-care is always important. Massages, time away, reading a book, vacations, whatever have you. You need to invest in yourself. Take the time to do that. I promise you, it changes and it does wonders. Value. Now we have to understand how valuable you are. While I was in a domestic, in an abusive relationship, I did not value myself. I allowed my abuser to treat me any old kind of way. I would wear a mask and tell people I was okay, and truly I wasn't. I was run down, I was hurt, I was disrespected and all that stuff. But I allowed him to do that because I lost value in myself. Once I got that value back, I promise God, once I got my voice back, my value back, I would never lose it again. I love me. And last but not least, energy. The energy you give off is the energy you're going to receive. And as you can see, I'm smiling, I'm laughing, I'm joking. I want you all to feel this. I want you all to understand positive energy brings positive results. Okay? So I need you to understand those are what you need to do to thrive in your after. Also, before I end and let you know what we're going to do, I believe truly in journaling and affirmations. Affirmations is one of the biggest things that got me through my darkest moments. Because I can be honest, I suffer from post-traumatic stress disorder. I believe anybody who could say they've been shot 4 times, even one time, having a car accident, you suffer from some type of trauma. Excuse me. So with that being said, I'm sitting here today telling you that I promise you, I started getting up and I started telling myself I was wonderful, I was beautiful, I was fearfully and wonderfully made. Even if I was overweight, girl, you are the best thick thing you have ever seen in your life. And again, not every day was a great day. Not every day those affirmations did what they were supposed to do. But if you make a routine, then you will understand that your affirmations will begin to resonate with you. I'm an affirmation, influencing coach is what I call myself. I love giving affirmation. I love helping people out of stuck place. I have several people that will tell you that I have helped them come from a place called stuck into a place called movement. And for me, that affirmation and doing that is just the world. So what I want to offer you is this. I want to connect with you. I want you to connect with me. I think that if you're in a place called stuck, I'm more than happy to help you. I go by the principle of PCS. What's PCS? You ask? Thank you. I'll be glad to tell you. P is being persistent. You have to be persistent in everything you do. C is being consistent. Once you're persistent, you have to continue to do it. So that means you have to be consistent, excuse me. And you have to be strategic. You have to have a plan. Making a plan means getting up every day, saying it during the day or saying it in the evening or throughout the day, putting notes somewhere where you can see them, index cards where you can see them, at your job, pictures, different boxes and things to encourage yourself on a daily basis, several times throughout the day. So you have to have a plan to do it. With that being said, before I close out, I'm going to give you a number. I need you to write this down. The number is 855-492-0584. Again, that number is 855-492-0584. I need you to text me the word ebook. If you text me the word ebook, I'm going to give you a free ebook on how I got through with different affirmations, and I believe it's going to help you. Basically, it's a powerful gift that I want to give you that will help you strategically come through being stuck and learning to thrive in your after. So again, this is your girl, Y Renee. I appreciate you so much, and I look forward to connecting with you. Once you text me, I'll give you a link to that ebook. So thank you so much, and you enjoy the rest of the conference.
I'm about to share with you a story that you'll never forget. I know, that's a bold statement, but hear me out. Just 2 years ago, my amazing and beautiful wife, Malika, and I, we were celebrating our 15th wedding anniversary by taking a vacation to the Bahamas. After 15 years, we still genuinely love one another, enjoyed each other's company, and had planned this trip about 4 months in advance. And we're looking truly forward to getting away from the distractions, from the family, from the job, and just being able to reconnect. There's, a certain level of like joy and anticipation that comes with, knowing that you're going on vacation. You mentally begin to relax, and, this was getting even greater because I could start thinking about how great this trip was gonna be, how beautiful the beaches were gonna be, just how nice this whole trip was gonna be overall. Neither of us had been there before, so we were excited about to be able to have this experience and have it together. The day before the trip, I drove and dropped our son Cameron off with some family, got ourselves together, got our stuff packed, and we were ready to take off. We arrived, the first 2 days were just exceptional, phenomenal. We got to have some great food, got to spend some time at the pool, sip some fruity drinks. We were out there on the beach. Overall, we were having a great time, loving the trip and the vacation. On the third day, we had planned to go on a little boating excursion, get a little tour of the island. One of the reasons why we went to this island was because my wife, she was fascinated by the idea of going to swim with the wild pigs. This was the attraction that they had on this particular island. Just to give a little insight, last year, the year before, she had went with some of her girls to go swim with the dolphins, and she thought this was gonna be a great experience to have the pigs on her list. And for me, I'm just down to do whatever to make my baby happy. So we get ready on that day, all excited, wake up that morning, 6:30, we're good. We go to breakfast, get something to eat. 8 o'clock, we're at the spot where we get picked up by a bus to go down to the marina. 9 o'clock, we're already getting ready to board the boat and start this adventure. 9:05 it happened. What you may ask? The boat exploded. The next thing that I remembered, I was laying face down on the surface of a burning boat, trying to push myself up. But when I look down, I see my left foot dangling, ankle bone out, bleeding all over the place. I try to push myself up again and I crumble. My shoulder, I can't put any weight on it. And all I can do is start to drag myself with my right arm to the edge of the boat. There was a second boat that was nearby, and some of the passengers from that boat came over to come and grab me and pull me off the boat before the fire spread any further. They get me to safety. The next thing I know, I'm on the back of a pickup truck headed to a clinic, and all I could ask everybody was, "Where's Malika? How is Malika? How was my wife?" They said she was already on her way to the clinic. I get wheeled into the clinic, and as I enter, I hear Malika, her yells, her moans, her screams, and all I can do is sit there and pray and think to myself, my God, I hope that my baby is all right. The doctors come to me, and I ask them, "How is Malika?" They ignore my question. They tell me that they're gonna send me to the good hospital and that I needed to go immediately because they couldn't do anything to treat me. I asked them, "What about Malika?" And they tell me she's gonna come behind me. So I'm put on a plane and carried to the good hospital. I get there. After I'm there, they start to prepare me for surgery because they want to try to reattach my foot to my ankle. I go to surgery.
When I wake up and come out of surgery, the doctors come in the room and I ask them, where's Malika? The doctors leave the room. The doctors come back in. They tell me, Mr. Jackson, we're sorry to inform you, but Malika didn't make it. I'm thinking to myself, okay, I'm trying to be positive. Malika didn't make it. That means the plane that she was going to come on must have went somewhere else. No, Malika didn't make it. She died. So I'm sitting there in a hospital bed, and I'm at my truest state of despair that one could imagine, asking God, why did this have to happen to us? Why did this have to happen to her? How is it even possible that I'm still alive? Why wasn't it me that was taken? On top of that, that next day, I had to call our son, Cameron, who was 12 at the time, and tell him, son, mom isn't coming back home. And that was the hardest thing that I had to do. Later on that evening, as I'm laying there, I'm thinking to myself, what's going on? I look at the EKG monitor over my head. My vitals are getting worse, and they turn from green to yellow to red. And I'm thinking to myself, this is it. God, this is how you're gonna take me. I laid there broken, emotionally, physically, mentally, spiritually, and I didn't know what was gonna happen. And I thought that was it. Now, at that point, a lot of things had to happen, and they did. The next day, I was being taken from the hospital in the Bahamas to the US to a trauma unit. And as soon as I got there, they did an emergency surgery to take my left leg. Little did I know at the time that when they tried to reattach my leg in the Bahamas, infection started spreading through my body. So that was the first thing that they had to do. This was at the beginning of July. And then 2 days later after that surgery, while everybody else was celebrating the 4th of July and eating barbecue and watching fireworks, I had to go through 3 surgeries in one day. Yet after those surgeries, the next day, things started to register to me that I got a new and different reality. At that point, the effects from the drugs and medication were beginning to lessen, and I could start to see things and think a little more clearly and process what was going on. I realized and started accepting the fact that even though I was on the verge of death, I was convinced that God was keeping me around despite how broken I was. I could have died in the explosion. I could have died when my leg was infected, my vitals were failing in the hospital. I could have died after going through all those surgeries in such a short period in time, but I didn't. I was still here. The worst was behind me. Now, how many of you realize that there are things that we don't see coming and are completely unexpected that we're going to face in our lives? This was something I didn't see coming at all. I had faced some adversity and surprises in my life before, but nothing quite like this. Even in the midst of all the grieving and the pain and the suffering and the praying in that moment, my defining moment, I realized I had to get through this. But not just get through it, but I had to get back to fulfill a purpose since he spared me. And I knew that wasn't going to be easy. I didn't know what my road to recovery was going to look like, but I made a decision at that point. I survived the initial setback, and it was going to be up to me to overcome this situation. There's a quote that I like to use that says, life is only 10% what happens to you. The other 90% is how you respond. It was my time to respond. Now, as I moved forward, after spending 2 weeks in that hospital, I had to go and live with family for about 6 weeks in order to physically recover before I could ever do anything myself. And that was part of my process as far as being able to physically get back where I needed to be. I want to emphasize that there's a process to getting through even the toughest situations and overcoming the adversity that comes along with them. For me, my process included my reaction to the situation. I had to understand and come to grips that life as I knew it before was gone. My plan, it forced me not to feel too sorry for myself as I recovered. Yes, I was hurt physically and emotionally, but I had to get that plan together and ensure that not only I recovered, but that I helped Cameron get through the emotional pain that he was facing, knowing that his mom was no longer here. As I prayed about what I was going to do, God created a path, and the process started to become even more clear. Physically, as I said, I had to be pushed around in a wheelchair. And when you think about it, after being, athletic and in decent shape most of my life and being able to move at will, being confined to a wheelchair that I couldn't even push myself was very depressing. The frustration that this caused led me to even be motivated to push myself harder than ever before. So I became laser focused on recovering physically and having a decent quality of life where I could manage and move normally as I raised my son and not let the setbacks and challenges that I need to overcome prevent me from doing the best I can to raise him right. I had to treat the physical therapy like it was the most important thing in my life. And at that moment, it was if I wanted to move forward. While I was at my sister's house, I had a physical therapist that came over to help work me out, strengthen and stretch my leg muscles so I could maybe one day be able to walk again. Over the course of a 2-week span, I lost 30 pounds from the accident. I had no desire to eat. My body was still going through so much physically. I lost so much strength, and I knew I was going to have to be focused if I ever even wanted to use crutches again, let alone be able to walk. Now, it took a lot of patience, a lot of time, a tremendous amount of perseverance, and I was eventually able to be fitted for a prosthetic leg and begin the process of learning how to walk again. The doctors, they had said that based on the type of accident that I was in and the type of surgeries that I'd gone through, plus the additional trauma that I had with my right foot being broken, that it was going to take me to about 6 months to be able to take steps without any assistance. I was so focused and I stayed dedicated to it, and I was able to begin walking 3.5 months after the accident. By 6 months in, I was able to jog and jump and lift weights and ride a bike again. And now I had never been a runner before, but 9 months after the incident, I actually ran in my first ever 5K. And I also even learned how to swim without a leg, which is a lot harder than you may realize. But I was focused and dedicated to the process of getting myself back physically. The physical challenges weren't the only thing I had to endure. Emotionally, I had to start coming to grips with the fact and reconcile my thoughts and feelings over the loss of Malika. I began journaling and started writing letters and getting my feelings and thoughts out of my head. And this sort of helped me face the acceptance of the reality so it could sink in and so I could process it and be able to move forward, even though I was grieving. I had to search and ask for suggestions to get some type of grief counseling or therapy. I'd never been to therapy in my life, but I knew that the way that I felt wasn't normal and it wasn't right. I still had survivor's guilt and felt remorse for what happened. And I didn't know how I was supposed to get things together. So I found a phenomenal therapist who could help teach me how to process my feelings, my emotions, and help me move forward after such a traumatic loss. Also, it was important to make sure that I had somebody who Cam could talk to and felt comfortable opening up with, because his loss was different than mine. I did lose my wife, but he lost his mother, and that's a different type of pain. I had to recover spiritually because I had began losing my faith in God, and I needed that restored. I didn't understand why, but Malika's father, who was a pastor, he helped me understand and process that this was God's plan and that she lived a blessed life in which she provided to others, and that she had eternal life and that she was going to be in a better place. And also the fact that if she would have survived, we wouldn't have wanted her to suffer. So these were some of the things that I had to face and endure as I was coming through my recovery. My point here is that there's a process in overcoming these obstacles, and I had to understand and find my process. Also, I want to point out that life throws us all unexpected changes. However, it's our ability to focus and persevere through those situations that can help us shift our course and get things back on track. I actually had to will myself to get up out of bed sometimes and keep my mind active because I was in a state where I couldn't move, and I saw myself going down this road of depression that I needed to fight and avoid if at all possible. It became more and more apparent to me that my purpose was going to be greater than what it was defined before. I was a changed man, and my perspective was changing based on what I had to face. And I knew I had to move from where I was before the accident to a new place that was going to be created for me. And before this time, I had worked as an engineer for 18 years. I knew I wasn't going back to that. And I knew in moving forward that my path was going to take me in some place. So I knew I had to be able to move my feet in order to get there. So just being prepared to be braced for those changes when they come our way was something that I had to come to accept. One other point I want to point out is there are certain aspects in life that you can control, and you have to take ownership of those, and they'll help you bounce back from the setbacks that you encounter in life. After I got out of the hospital, I had to force myself to start my process, even though I may not have felt like it or wanted to at times. The things that I controlled, I tried to make sure I did. I can control my mindset. I can control my will to fight when things weren't going my way and not give up. I can control my attitude. Now, I know you won't always be able to control the situation you're placed in, but you can control the position that you're in when you're facing those situations. I've encountered some tremendous losses, and yet I refuse to let it prevent me from being able to move on effectively in my life. The definition of resiliency is the ability to withstand or recover quickly from different conditions. And we all have this ability to recover from these situations and bounce back. Resilience is all about being able to overcome the unexpected. Sustainability is strictly about survival. And the goal of resilience is to thrive. And I want to share with you that each one of us have a level of resilience, but you have to understand that resiliency is a choice. I want to close out by saying this. I've been at an extremely low point in my life, to the point that it's even a blessing for me to be here and talking to you all today. We all have our defining moment and challenges that we face. Now, I know some are more tragic and traumatic than others. However, in the same sense that I've been able to bounce back and overcome them, so can you. I feel like the adversity that I faced may have set me back, but it hasn't stopped me from moving forward with my purpose in life. Since that time, I've recovered mostly from the accident and the loss of my wife. I was lost and didn't know what I was going to do with my life, and things became clearer. Perspective got better and changed. Professionally, I've gotten my life back together and found something different in order to reach and touch people and deliver a message in ways that I never imagined before. And I've even had to deal with the new family dynamic, knowing that, I went from being a husband and a dad to a single father with a young king in making. And part of my purpose is to make sure that I continue to raise him right. Now, there's a quote that says, it's your reaction to adversity, not adversity itself, that determines how your life story will develop. Now, I don't know where you all are in your life and what adversity you may be facing, but always remember that you have a choice in determining how you deal with it and ultimately overcome it. I'm Tiran Jackson. I'm a man who has been transformed. One who's had to close the book on what was being written with this life. And instead of continuing to write that book, my life story, I've essentially had to start a new book. And in the midst of this, I was literally burning in the flames and have been reborn resilient. I hope that I leave you here inspired based on what I've overcome, and aim that you look and assess how you can overcome the challenges that may be in your life today. Once again, my name is Tiran Jackson. Thank you for listening. God bless.
is Nikki Smith, and I am the CEO of 365 NNC. We are a coaching and branding company that helps busy business professionals have their business image and their brand reflect one another. And how we do that is, today we want to show you some tips on how to always be polished, how to always be professional, how to always be prepared. We do that in a simple system. We show you how to repurpose your stuff in your own closet, how to remix your look, and how to reinvent your image. And this helps you increase revenue right now. Right now. So let me start out by asking you a question. I already know the answer, but the question is, have you ever prepared for an event, an interview, maybe a wedding, a gala, or just something that you're doing with your girlfriends or a date with your husband, looked in your closet and said, I don't have anything to wear? Nothing. Or have you ever been passed up for an opportunity where you know you've been qualified, where you know you have the experience, where you know you have the education, went into the interview, talked to the owner, and when you left out, you said, I got this job. So much so you called your friend, you called your husband, you said, I got this. Never to get a call back. And when you did talk to somebody, they said, well, we decided to go a different route for someone who's a better fit for our company. And this one right here really is the big one, the confidence. Have you ever wanted to take your business to the next level? Wanted to take your brand to the next level? Wanted to go out to the different events where you knew the right people would be, but just didn't have the confidence? You wasn't sure of yourself, a fear that stopped you from going out and going to the next level. Well, if you've answered yes to any of those questions, that's why I'm here. I am presenting a product that will definitely enhance your confidence. But I guess you want to know a little bit about who I am. My name is Nikki Smith. I have 20 years of experience in entrepreneurship and corporate America. I was a major account representative for Fortune 500 companies for over the last 20 years, as well as an entrepreneur at the same time. So that tells you, you know that is some hard work. But guess what? I can't believe 20 years later, I did it. What that means for you is, I know the entrepreneur end. I know how hard it is. I know how you have to push yourself sometimes to get to the next level. You have to be persistent. You have to keep going even when you don't feel like it. And I also know on the corporate side, I know what they're looking for. I know what they want. I know that the image precedes you even after looking at your resume. When you walk in that door, they judge you. They already know if you're a good fit or not. And I'm not just saying this. I have clients that are CEOs of $1 million businesses, $1 million companies, and they tell me all the time, I really want to promote Sally, or I really want to promote Keisha, I really want to give them the position. But they don't represent me in how they look. They don't represent me. They don't represent the company. And I just can't do it. So I continue to try to train them and help them. Not only that, I've been doing this since I was 2 years old. I had a picture, but then I said, maybe not. When I was 2 years old, I was fixing my cousin's clothes, and I couldn't even really walk. So now they tease me. You know what they say? You've always wanted to tell people what to do and tell them how to dress. And so, well, maybe it is some truth to that. But now it's my profession. Now it's my passion. I help people transform from the inside out. And image is the way I do it. I help coach them to take their business to the next level. And so when I tell you that I was built for this, When I graduated high school, I went to cosmetology school. I've been to esthetician school, aesthetics, skincare. I've invested countless hours and time in honing my craft. Not only that, actually, 10 years ago, I started my own skincare and cosmetic line, Skin Liqueur Cosmetic. That's how dedicated I've always been in the transformation of beauty and helping people present themselves in a way that takes them to the next level. So when I tell you that I'm built for this and I'm qualified for this, I guarantee you that I am. So let me tell you a story about how I got into corporate America. When I first graduated from high school, I was trying to decide, was I going to go to beauty school? And not so much. I couldn't stay in one spot for too long. So I decided to get a job in retail. I worked at this retail store for 3 years. And in those 3 years, I was promoted quickly to an assistant manager. And so while my other friends had gone off to college and started in their education, I was taking some college classes, but I love going to this retail store. I love seeing different people coming in their suits and coming in dressed up, and the women coming in their pointed toe, in their pumps with the taps on the toe. And that was something special to me. And so I would ask some questions. I would learn all about, how it was in corporate America while I was in this retail store. On that 4th year, something changed. And let me tell you what changed. My friends graduated from college. Now they were getting jobs in the careers that they'd gone to school for. They were making money, lots more money. And so I said, okay, well, since I went another route, I'm going to apply for some managerial positions. I'm going to be the manager. I'm going to make the same amount of money that you're making. So that's what I did. I applied. In that year 4, they had managerial positions at other stores. And so I said, well, maybe I didn't get it because it's at another store. Or maybe I didn't get it because I haven't gotten a degree. But then I started seeing some of the other people that got it didn't have a degree and weren't at the other stores. So then I got offended. Well, guess what? I'm much smarter than that. What I did was, and I hope this doesn't date me or age me, but we get the Sunday paper every Sunday. And in the Sunday paper, they had the job section, where you would go and you would see the jobs that were coming available for the following week. So I did that. I was looking through the paper and I saw a big ad for a job fair at a company called GTE Communications. I'm sure you haven't heard about it, but you still know the company. GTE Communications is now Verizon. And so just imagine, I'm not going to tell my age, but I applied for this position when the phone was this big, mounted in your car, and it cost $1,500 for a basic service, and you had to pay per minute regardless to what plan you had. So that tells you a little bit about how old I am. I applied, so I couldn't make the job fair. The job fair was on a Monday and I was off on Tuesdays. But I didn't have any fear back then. You know what I did? I called them and I said, hey, I'm not going to make the job fair, but I feel like I'm qualified for the job. And so I remember the person who I spoke to, the manager, her name was Diane. Diane said, tell me why you should get the job, young lady. And I said, well, first of all, I'm a hard worker. Second of all, because I feel like I can do it. And so she started asking me all these questions about, have you had this experience? And I said, well, I don't have the experience yet, but I feel like if I have the opportunity, I definitely can do the job. So with that conversation, she offered me the next day to come in and interview with her. And so I did. Well, I don't know if you remember what I told you, but when they used to come in with their business suits and the women would come in with their pumps, they would have those little taps on their shoes. Well, I had invested a couple of months prior when I knew I was going to start looking for a job in some pumps with the taps on them. And so I came into that interview and I tell you, I was sharp. Suit, and I had on my pumps with the taps on them. And when I walked in that interview, here comes Diane with her blue shoes with the taps on them. And so automatically we had something in common. So we sat down and we talked on that interview, and that interview was great. It was 45 minutes long. And when I left out of that interview, she said the same thing that I'm saying. Hey, we'll call you tomorrow, or we'll call you once we get through reviewing our applicants. Well, I wasn't worried. I just told you, I was fearless back then. I didn't realize that you had to be afraid, or you should have been afraid of the interviewer or the person that was higher than you. I didn't know that then. So I said, okay, well, I'm gonna interview in I have some other opportunities. And so please let me know something soon. Well, needless to say, she called me the next day and I got the job. Not only did I get the job, but this opened the door for some great opportunities for me. I have been in major account sales for the last 20 years, just on account of that one opportunity. But let me tell you something that Diane told me. 6 months into getting that job, I had become Rookie of the Year. I had already won some awards. And she took me out to lunch. She did a big hoorah. She took me out to lunch. And what she said was, I'm going to tell you something, young lady. You weren't qualified for the position. You didn't have the experience for the position. But what you did have is you had the confidence for the position. You were bold. You took chances. You didn't really fear me. And that's what the other more experienced people did. Not only that, your energy was great. You made me feel something exciting. Your energy was great. You made me feel excited. You made me understand that it doesn't always have to be your experience. Number 3, I checked your references. Your reputation was good. Everything that you said about yourself, it panned out. But lastly, but not least, she noticed the taps on my shoes. She saw how well put together I was. She saw how prepared I was. I knew about the company. I did my homework the night before. And when I talked to her intelligently. So she knew that I could do the job. And I did. And I did it well. But let me tell you what that means to you. If you don't show up ready for the job, if you're not prepared, if you're not polished, if you're not professional, they may not even sit down and have the conversation with you to know that you're the person, to know that you can do the job, to know that this opportunity was created for you. So I'm encouraging you to understand that image is not just appearance. And today, guys, let me tell you something. In 2020, 2021, it's become a challenge, hasn't it? For us to get up every day and put on our show face. We're at home. We're relaxed. We're laid back. If you're anything like me, when I'm at home, I have on my house slippers and my little warm and cozy clothes. And so your mind says to you, you're at home, but you have to shift your thoughts. You have to have a mind shift to prepare yourself for your Zoom meeting, for your in-person call. You have to continue to tell yourself every day, even when it doesn't seem like it. You have to tell yourself, this is business. And even if I'm at home, this is my home office. And I'm going to show up as though I was going into an office, an actual office. It's all relevant. It's all important. And to helping you get to the next level on your success. And if you're not considering your image, I'm telling you something. You may very well be getting passed up on opportunities that are meant for you. I want to tell you another thing where I just have really saw the importance of image. I was cold calling one day, and a gentleman walked up to me and said, "Hey, young lady, I want to introduce you to somebody." And I thought it was a little weird because I was in my corporate America job, my corporate America outfit, and he was a little more casual. Well, he said, I want to introduce you to this lady named Toni Harris Taylor. Now, Toni Harris Taylor is a international speaker. She has a networking company, and she's a business coach. But not only that, she's a go-getter. She is the kind of person that makes things happen, and she does it in excellence. And so the guy kind of told me a little bit about her, and I was like, well, sir, I don't think this is a good fit for what I'm doing. But I just listened to him, and I called him. We hit it off. And I'm going to tell you something. The reason I'm here today is because of Toni Harris Taylor and her business coach. The name of her business is Drastic Results. And she makes you step out and do things that are drastic. So she has encouraged me to get on this platform. But I would have never been able to do that if the gentleman would not have felt comfortable with me and he didn't feel like I had something to offer, something that stood out. Well, I'm going to tell you what it was. It was my image. I was well put together. And I knew when I talked to him and I talked to her that that's what sold me on him. The other thing is, let's make the case of professional attire. Professional attire. In today's society, professional attire is a combination of casual and business professional. You don't have to have the two-piece suit on and the tap shoes like I did back in the day, but you still need to have your things well put together. You know why? Because we're too casual. We don't wear makeup. We're not well groomed. We have too many distractions, too much stuff going on. How do you eliminate that? You always show up professional. You always show up groomed. You always show up and present yourself as the well packaged. You always are, as much as possible, remove some of those distractions. And the other thing you need to know is you are the main event. When you show up, people should know that you have something that they need. And no matter what that is, you have to come in the room as though you're the main event. No one has to tell you you're the main event. We all have gifts and talents that are inside of us that have to come out. The other thing is dress casual, dress down without being too casual. And so today I just want to show you a real quick example of how to do that. You can take a pair of slacks, a t-shirt, put it on with a scarf, put these pants on, and you look polished. You look professional. And you can take this same shirt, these same pieces, and mix it with any of these pieces in your 30-day capsule. The 30-day capsule is something that we teach here at 365 NNC, and how to always be prepared, polished, and professional. The other thing is accessories. Keep it simple, but have your accessories on. They show your personality. They say who you are. And so I encourage you to do that. And the last thing I want to tell you is color. Color, there's a philosophy behind color. Color means something. Color glows. It shows you who you are. But not only that, it shows the world. It has a message. The color red means prosperity. It means good luck, good fortune, boldness. The color blue means positive. It means strong. It means power. It means confidence. And so I don't know if you watched last couple of weeks ago, Michelle Obama walking through that door, her and Barack, and she had on this burgundy bad pantsuit. Well, let me tell you, that was intentional. That pantsuit, burgundy is a combination of red and blue. So her message that she wanted to send to the world is, we're bipartisan. We're together. We're on one accord now. And that's what those colors meant. And so you have to understand the psychology behind colors. And that's what we teach you. We teach you body type. We teach you what works well for your body, what colors work best for your brain. Ask me, Nikki Smith, at 365nnc@gmail.com, www 365nnc.com, or you can see me on the gram on Facebook, 365NNC. And lastly but not least, give me a call. My phone number is 830-558-1201. Thank you so much for your time. I look forward to hearing from you, and refresh, repurpose, and reinvent your image so it can help you increase your revenue now.
Good morning. My name is Joan T. Randall, and this morning I'm here to talk to you about from book to business and beyond, and how to turn your book into profit. My priority, this is my husband, Bill Randall, and when I think about priority, that's who I think about, my family. These are my 4 children. We are a blended family, 3 daughters and a son. And then these are my 5 grandchildren, the love of my life. And I call them my super priorities. My why. What is my why? You know, there's a lot of people that say their why is their business or their family or, what they want to do, their legacy. My why is the people that I am called to serve. That's who my why is. And here is just a few of the screenshots of the people that whose lives I try to impact or are impacting. Who am I? Well, my name is Joan T. Randall, and I have to say this, I'm an ordained elder first and foremost. I'm a wife, I'm a mother, I'm an international speaker, I'm an award-winning multi-best-selling author, I'm a business coach, and I'm an independent publisher. What do I do? Glad you asked. I help spiritual thought leaders and individuals of faith to write and publish their story, their message, and or their expertise so they can leverage their books to build a business, monetize their impact, and create legacies. Now, I wanted to show you some social proof, and these are just some of the places I've been featured, or I've been in the paper, or some places that have featured me for whatever reason. I love it. I love it. So this is just my social proof. Today, I'm going to show you what I learned after the fact. I am showing it to you so that you can get the right concepts from the start. So let's get at it. First question I want to ask you, are you ready to learn? If you are, wherever you are today, I need you to put a 1 in the chat. Are you ready to go to the next level? Well, if you are, I need you to also type a 2 in the chat. And if today is the day that you will kick fear down, then I want you to type a 3 in the chat, right? Because fear will not stop us from walking out our purpose. Now, business for you is all about psychographics, right? And I'll break that word down a little bit. Psychographics, that's what business is for you. So your goals, your ambition, right? Your wants, your needs, your motivation, your hopes, your dreams, your aspirations, problems to be solved. If this is what you are about when it comes on to your business, I want you to type a 4 in the chat. All right, now we're going to get into it. Business for the client. We are all here because we want to serve our clients. We're all here because we're purposed to give our gift to the world. We're all here because we are in business, right? And the people that we're in business with is called the consumer. So business for our client, when we think about their needs, right? The consumer needs, they want the best product and service at the best value. That is their need. And who will they buy it from? And can you give it to them the fastest? So that's what you always have to think. That's what you think about in the forefront. How can I get me to be seen as the resident expert for what my client need, and how am I going to give it to them the fastest? Now, before you launch a product or a service, you should think about the 4 key market principles. I like to talk about the 4 key market principles because it is so important that we understand it, right? From a level of success. So, number 1, specialization. Number 2, differentiation. Number 3, segmentation. And number 4, concentration. All right. What is specialization? Well, it is your specialty. What do you specialize in? Who is it for? Can you get it to them timely and efficiently? And why is that they must get it from you? Why is it that you are the person that they should choose? That's your specialty, right? The next one is differentiation, your competitive advantage, your secret sauce. What makes you stand out from the crowd? Your superiority, your unique selling proposition. What are you the best at? Or what can you become the best at, right? And so I want to break this down for you a little further. So I'm going to go back for a second because I want to point something out. When we talk about specialization, we talk about the why, right? In simplest form, specialization is the why. Now, let me just go back to differentiation. Differentiation in its simplest form is the what, all right? Segmentation. Who are these customers that need what I have? Where are they? What are their demographics? And how would you describe them? Who is your target audience? So, in simplest form, segmentation is your who, right? Concentration. Now, where you focus your time and resources is where your money is, right? That's a business term. Everybody knows that. Where you put your time, your energy, and your resources, there is where the money is. So, what are the best possible ways to get to your ideal audience? How do they know that you have the solution? How do they know that you have the answer to their problems? Are you a vitamin or are you a painkiller? Are you someone that enhances someone's life or do you have the remedy for someone's pain points, right? That's what concentration is. What platform will you use? How will they know you have it? How will you have visibility and credibility? And how do you appeal to them? That is the how. So I just gave you 4 basic key principles, right, to get your business out there. But I also broke it down into really simple terms. And I want to go back through them for one more time. Specialization, number 1, differentiation, number 2, segmentation, number 3, concentration, number 4. And in simplest form, it is your why, specialization, it is your what, differentiation, it is your who, segmentation, and it is the how, which is concentration. So I hope you're getting this. That is your blueprint, right? You cannot build a business without a blueprint. A house cannot be built without a blueprint. The blueprint is the basic fundamentals of how you structure and create anything that you want to do in terms of business. All right. Do not let fear stop you. You cannot let fear stop you. And I'll tell you a little story. So you're looking at someone that has overcome a ton of fear, that has overcome domestic violence, that has overcome homelessness. I ran away with my 2 daughters with 10 black trash bags years ago, ended up homeless. And to top it off, when my mom came to assist me, she ended up 8 months later dying on my birthday. I hit rock bottom. I did not know that I would have been able to even get back up. But there is something that is innate in the human being, and it is called will. I found the will to survive. I found the will to persevere. I found the will to be resilient. And I had 2 little girls looking at me every day. So I knew that no matter what I was going through, I had to get back up. And what did I have in my hand? What was it that I was good at? What did I have that I can use to my benefit? What would make me the expert at something that I love, right? So change came from me when I told myself that I was created to be the best of me. I looked in the mirror one day and I recognized that I was created in the image of God and that I had his DNA. Yep, you hear me say it right. We have the DNA of God. D, we have dominion. You don't have to take my word for that. Go to Genesis 1 and verse 20, 26, and it will tell you that. We have his name. You don't have to take my word for that. That's the N in DNA. If you go to 1 John 3 and verse 1, it will tell you that. He loved us so much that he called us children of God. And then A, authority. You don't have to even take my word for that either. First, Genesis 1 and verse 28 tells you that. So when I looked in the mirror that day, if I had God's DNA, dominion, I have his name, and I have authority, then why would I not be limitless? I serve a God that has no limit. And if I am his offspring, then I am limitless, right? That was the day I promised myself that I would never say another negative thing about me, but instead love me, my flaws and all, because my Heavenly Father, that's how he loved me. And I asked him to allow me to see myself past my natural eyes, but see me the spiritual way in which God see me. That was the image in the mirror moment that changed my life, right? I had to unlearn the negative views of my adversities and used them to my advantage. And so I started standing on my story, because I knew I had the skills and the level of service. And if I had the peace, then I was going to find the purpose, right? Stand on my story with my skills and my service, activating my peace and my purpose. All right. So what did I do? I wrote my first book in 2016. It's called 90 Days to a Victorious You. It's right there. There I am with the picture, the book, right? Within 4 hours of the launch, the book became an international bestseller. But I realized that I did something that was unique. I started marketing it. So I was telling people 6 months before the book came out that my book was coming out. And I was telling everyone that would listen to me. Visibility. I got people to listen. I got people to hear. I went to churches. I talked about it. When I launched my book in 2016, I recognized that I had something special, right? So what did I do? I started doing other things outside of the book because I recognized that the book was leverage for me to build on and build something else. And as a result of that one book, today I have a coaching program. I have this limitless lifestyle method. I have a publishing company, and I have an academy. And I want to tell you how I got there. So when you use your book as leverage, there is something called the butterfly effect theory. And what that means is that small initial differences will lead to large, unforeseen possibilities over time. So think about it, right? As you learn and as you build, right, those things, you increase your knowledge. And as you're increasing your knowledge, you're seeing things and doing things that you may never have seen last year or the year before, but now you're at a different level. And so over time, you just start learning. Over time, you start growing. And so you learn and so you grow and you build on those things. And that's called the butterfly effect theory. Small differences will lead to large, unforeseen possibilities over time, right? And so that's important for us to remember. For me, when I look at a book, I look at your next level, right? I look at your next level. Now, there's a lot of people that tells you that you have to have at least 7 streams of income to get to 6 or 7 figure, right? 7 streams of income. When I first heard that, I thought about, well, if I needed 7 streams of income, that means I may have to do a little bit here, do a little bit there, bring this over here, maybe a coach over here, a consultation over there, a real estate agent over there, an MLM over here, a financial coach over there. I was thinking that I needed to be into all these different areas. But I recognized something when I did my book in 2016. I could use my 7 stream of income from my book. I could use my book and create 7 streams of income. And so I decided to create a book brand and a funnel, right? So if I can brand myself as a book coach or a book business, and if I can build a funnel, I can get my 7 streams of income and I can hit that 6-figure income from one book. And so this is what happened. So my book came out, and then I had a guided journal after the book came out. Then I did a workbook. Then I created a workshop. When I did my workshop, I did a tour around certain states in the United States and did workshops. And from my workshops, I created webinars. From my webinars, I started doing summits and seminars. Then I created a coaching program online. And once I was done with the coaching program and build the pillars out from the coaching program, I did online courses. And now here I am doing online courses. From my online courses, I created digital products. From my digital products, I created physical products. Then I started speaking. And so I started speaking internationally, Jamaica, the Bahamas, Africa, England, Canada, right? Then I went on podcasts. Then I went on TV and radio shows and interviews. I now became the subject matter expert of what? Books to business. And then I became an international presenter. Then I did my own conference, my own live events. I had my own retreats. I even signed up to do business with the government. So if there is a need at a specific place within the government that need my services to train them on how to write a book and create an entire brand from a book, then guess who they're going to call? Joan T. Randall. And so that's what I did. And as a result of that, I was able to build all these additional streams of income from my one book that led me to a multiple 6-figure business. All right. So, and you don't stop there, because I wrote a 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th book. As a matter of fact, within 4 years, I wrote 10 books. And the most amazing thing about all of this is I get to teach others how to do exactly what I did. See, I'm going to leave you with this. I have a motto, and my motto is I learn, I love, and I lead. I learn because I'm a student, forever student. I'll never know too much and I'll never know all. And I lead and I love because I build relationships. And from that, I lead. Why? Because I want to teach others how to do what I do. I believe in each one, teach one, and bringing one along. And that's what I'm going to leave you with today. I hope you enjoyed this presentation, and I hope you got some great gems and nuggets from this. Limitless.
Hi everyone, my name is Lee Mariano and I'm the founder and CEO of Alexidom Coaching. So I'm here with you today because I want to share with you that it's time for us to stop apologizing for our success. So I'm sure you've heard the expression, sorry, not sorry. Maybe you've even used it once or twice. Now, it may feel unnatural to live your life unapologetically, to do what you want, when you want, and how you want. But let's be real. We tend to live our lives at the mercy of others, seeking to please everyone else so that we can feel liked. We easily adopt the I'm sorry mentality, which then leads us to believe we need to apologize for simply being who we are. Apologizing out of respect is one thing. Sometimes you need to own up to your actions and apologize when it's warranted. Other times, though, apologizing gets in the way of who you are. You must remember, you are unstoppable, unapologetic, and unrelenting. So, who am I? My name is Lee Mariano, and I'm a life and success coach. I help ambitious women who feel overlooked, underappreciated, and ignored. I help them rediscover their innate strength and power so they can finally live a life of success on their own terms. I help them reclaim their power, rediscover their strength, increase their confidence and remove those limiting beliefs holding them back from success. I have 23 years of experience in human capital management with more than 10 years as a C-suite executive. In addition, my career has included over 2 decades of executive leadership and career coaching. So let's first begin with your thoughts. When you think about what you think about is what you become, right? So your brain is excellent at confusing itself, but it's also really great at training itself. And if you train yourself to think a certain way with positivity and motivation, you will act this way. Setbacks will happen and failures are inevitable, but that doesn't mean you need to believe that you don't deserve the life you have imagined for yourself. It's a matter of picking up the pieces and getting back to your core, your foundation, your belief system. And all these elements of you should be treated with respect. Now, the secret to respecting yourself and what you've accomplished is reminding yourself that you do deserve what you want in life. You can achieve your goals on your own terms. And even if it takes twice as long, a little bit longer than you thought it would, your hard work and your driven mindset will trump anything that can get in your way. So believe it or not, a lot of people hold themselves back from seeking the good in their life. This is when the apology comes into play. If we're doing well at something or we feel particularly lucky, it seems almost unbelievable that we're in that fortunate situation. And as individuals, we don't always believe we deserve what we're getting. But here's where you need to flip it. You work for what you want, so you deserve what you get. And then you continue to hunt for the bigger and better from there. When you find yourself falling into the trap of convincing yourself that you don't deserve the good, that you don't deserve what's happening to you, remind yourself of your hard work. And soon enough, you'll get to the point where you want to shout about your success at the top of your lungs. You'll be proud, you'll be happy, you'll be excited, all that good stuff, right? And so now I want to talk with you quickly about what I want you to stop doing. And you may be saying, stop, why would I stop? That doesn't make sense. Aren't we supposed to be moving forward? Yes, you are. But here's what I want you to remember. When you are unapologetically chasing your dreams, stopping points are absolutely necessary, but not as literal as you may be thinking. So there are some other stops to incorporate with your journey, right? And number one, you have to stop those negative habits that are holding you back. And if you hear nothing else, hear this. Stop worrying about what other people think about you. Now, are you saying I'm sorry on reflex because you don't want other people to hate you or judge you? Or are you saying I'm sorry because you honestly believe you did something wrong? So let's do a quick test to see if you're worrying too much about what other people think about you. Just think about the questions I'm going to ask. Number one, you don't always speak your mind because you're afraid of what other people may think of you. Number two, you often feel like people are mad at you or upset with you. You don't even have a reason to believe this, but you have this suffocating feeling that you've made people mad. Number three, you say yes when you really don't want to, right? But you say it anyway out of fear that if you don't, people won't like you or they'll judge you. Number four, the thought of doing something different or attention grabbing is really scary for you. You don't want to make a statement that people may disagree with. You don't want to stand out. Number five, there's a group of people that you try to avoid at all costs because you feel like they may not like you or they may not judge you, but you have no reason to actually believe that. Number six, you're often asking for approval before making a big decision. In fact, you hate making big decisions because you're afraid that your opinion won't be the same as someone else's, right? And number seven, you sometimes diminish your opinions or your efforts in case people don't like what you do, okay? So were you nodding your head at any of those points, any of those items 1 through 7? Here's what I'll tell you. Even though you may find it hard to believe, the solution is actually very simple. Just stop worrying about it
Just stop worrying about what other people think about you. People will talk and judge and react, but the world will continue to spin. The results of your efforts won't be immediate, and that's okay. As long as you know what you're doing and why you're doing it, that's the only thing that really matters. But I also recognize that it takes time to stop caring about the opinion of others, right? So, where do you start? My opinion, my thought, right? My suggestion is that you begin by figuring out why you even care in the first place. You can examine the things that you care about most, whether it's the way you dress, your work ethic, how much money you make, or how you socialize, right? It could be about your social media profile or your significant other. Whatever it is, there are certain things you care about more than others. And that's a direct reflection of why you care about what others think. Now, once you've established the what and the why, take time to rid yourself of this habit. Every time you catch yourself thinking about the opinions of others, stop yourself and remember that you're just getting wrapped up in the noise. The big picture, at the end of the day, their opinions don't matter. I also want you to stop saying you're not good enough, right? So, whether you're saying you're not good enough because you feel guilty or simply because you don't believe it, this is a habit you need to get rid of immediately, right? So, again, I know it's easier said than done. We have all been there. Self pity is sometimes unavoidable. Don't view it as a setback, though. Instead, use it as motivation to get yourself out of the funk. The next time you feel that you're not good enough, remind yourself of these few things I'm going to talk about. So while you are unapologetically working towards your goals, work on yourself, right? Give yourself some TLC at least once a week. It's your way of saying, I'm worth this or I deserve this, right? And once you're able to assure yourself that you are worth the self love and the self care, right, you'll be able to carry this mentality into every facet of your life. And it'll stop you from being too hard on yourself when we tend to do that more often than we should. Now, up until this point, your life has been a culmination of every experience you've had. It encompasses all the people you've met, the things you've done, the phases you've gone through, the troubles you've endured. It's easy to forget about everything that we've done in our lives and everything that we've gone through, but this is the time for you to remember. And when you find yourself thinking, I'm not good enough, remind yourself that you are. Remind yourself of everything you've conquered in your lifetime. And don't let the small setbacks stop you from progressing. Now, most importantly, I want you to stop feeling sorry, feeling guilty for your success, right? Apologies come after you believe you did something wrong, but that doesn't always mean you actually committed a wrongdoing, right? Whether you feel guilty for defying society's expectations or being different than other family members or friends, or you apologize for your success, the bottom line is that you should stop. So chances are you talk to yourself all the time without knowing it. It doesn't have to be out loud, of course, but self-talk is all the noise that goes on in your head, right? So try to sit with yourself for a second in silence. Listen to the words circling around in your mind. These are your thoughts. And when they're directed at yourself, that's self-talk, right? So self-talk can be negative, it can be positive, or it can be neutral. And it's okay if your self-talk is neutral. Sometimes that's necessary. But your self-talk should never be negative, right? And when it is, you hold yourself back from accomplishing big things. And in the long run, you become apologetic to yourself and others when you do achieve things. So typically, negative self-talk begins with shame or doubt. If you don't do something well or you feel like you failed, your self-talk goes from that positive or neutral immediately to negative. You become hard on yourself and this vicious cycle begins, right? So the next time you find yourself wrapped up in a cycle of negative self-talk, take a pause. Stop it before it gets worse, right? And you should also delineate between what you should apologize for and what you shouldn't apologize for. Now, some apologies are warranted, others not so much. Here's a list of things that I believe we should not apologize for: minor and honest mistakes, other people's mistakes, your opinions and beliefs, your interests, your choices, your life, right? Something that you can't control in a situation that you aren't involved in, right? So, do you see a common theme here, right? If it is something that is out of your control or it pertains to your life and your choices, there's no need to apologize. You don't owe anyone an apology for being who you are. Now, with that said, if being you is hurting others, or maybe you're not doing such good things, you're hurting other people, then maybe rethink that part of you. Are you bringing your best, right? There's no excuse for hurting other people intentionally. And if that is the case, then maybe you do owe some people some apologies. I also encourage you to learn how to say no, right? So if you have a hard time saying no because you're afraid of upsetting someone, you may have that classic case of yes man, yes woman syndrome, right? And this may seem completely unrelated to apologizing, but the two are connected in more ways than you might think. So saying no is scary because you don't want to make anyone upset or mad at you. You want to be able to please everyone, even if that means stretching yourself and going beyond your own personal bandwidth just to make others happy. So try to get comfortable with saying no when you can't do something. Don't feel bad about it and don't apologize for it. Instead, say, no, I won't be able to do that today, but if you still need help next week, let me know, right? Once you've conquered those habits, right? Once you conquer the habits that are getting in your way, getting in the way of your goals, getting in the way of you living your unapologetic life, right? Then it's time to kick in on the positive sides. Let's do the great habits. Let's do the good things that we want you to focus on, right? And as you focus on your goals, just know that you may run into some setbacks here and there. But no matter what, keep your chin up and remember your why. Why are you doing this? Why is this your focus? Why is this your goal? What are you trying to accomplish? Don't let anyone get in your way, not even yourself. So I encourage you to set goals that scare you. Go big or go home, right? Begin with the goal that intimidates you the most. Now, it doesn't have to be something intense like learning how to skydive or backpacking around the world, right? But it should be something that you're excited about working toward, something that is in line with your ultimate goal. And then once you identify that goal, start the plan from there. Once you tackle one big goal, you'll want to tackle more. You'll begin to see a pattern that each time you achieve something big, you grow as a person. You learn more about yourself and you change for the better, right? So sure, there'll be some bumps along the road, right? But anything worth having, anything big, bold, and bodacious, you're going to have some bumps along the way. You're going to take risk, right? But with the greater risk, right? Lofty goals, big goals, audacious goals, there do come the more significant accomplishments, right? And the next step I would encourage you to do is to focus on being yourself unapologetically, right? And what I mean by that is you have to accept yourself, flaws and all, no matter who you are, what your goals are, what your career is. You have to accept yourself. And it also means understanding who you want to be, where is your journey taking you, and being grateful for all of the changes that you've gone through throughout your entire life. Change is inevitable, and we as humans will change as well. So don't try to avoid it, right? Just understand how you're evolving and then embrace the new you. And to be yourself, right, without apologizing for it, you also need to understand who you are when no one else is around. Who are you when you're alone by yourself? Who is the real person behind the facade, behind the labels. That's what you need to understand first, right? And the reason why it's so hard for us to be true to ourselves is that we've been taught from a very young age that we needed to be something different, something better, right? Something other than who we were. And we were so focused on fitting in and meeting society standards and cultural standards that we lost who we really were, right? We're trying to keep up with the expectations of others and do what they want us to do. And all of that adds up, and we get lost along the way. So it takes time to reverse this. It doesn't happen overnight, but it is absolutely worth it. And in the long run, you'll have a better understanding of who you are and where you're trying to go. And once you know that, nothing can get in your way to stop you from accomplishing what you want, right? So that's step one. Stop apologizing to yourself for who you are. And then, of course, the next step is to stop apologizing to others, right? And you can't do that unless you do the first step. You have to know who you are and where you're going. So always take risk. Be bold. Make yourself proud first before you worry about making someone else proud, right? So a life of inspiration comes from taking chances, whether it's a big chance like investing in yourself and starting your own company, or something smaller like going for a new certification. It's something that will push you to be a better you. And while you may be comfortable with who you are right now and where you are today, you can always be better. We all can. So at the end of the day, you're not sorry for being you, and you're not sorry for chasing your dreams. In fact, you have every right to be proud of your hard work. While you're at it, take a chance, set a lofty goal, and try to accomplish it, right? It may not work out, but it will help you to change and grow as a person. Listen, we all have room to improve when it comes to apologies. I'm sorry is an overused expression, right? And we should all work towards removing that from our vocabulary when it's unnecessary. But at the end of the day, this session is about you, right? This is your journey towards fulfilling your dreams, not anyone else's, right? So I do hope that this session has resonated with you. And the next time you find yourself wanting to say, I'm sorry for an accomplishment or something great you've done, take a minute, just pause and think about why that was your first reaction. Why would you want to say, I'm sorry? There's nothing to apologize for when you're achieving your goals and dreams and living the life you want on your own terms. So if you enjoyed my discussion and would like to go deeper on this, I'd love to schedule some time for us to connect. Just send an email to alexadomcoach@gmail.com with iconic, that's iconic, in the subject line, and we can schedule a free 30-minute clarity call to discuss how we can get you where you want to be. So again, thank you so much for attending. And if you'd like to talk further, just send me an email to alexadomcoach@gmail.com with iconic in the subject line, and we can schedule some time to chat. Thanks again.
Hello everybody, how you doing? This is Sakoni Prince, and I am so excited to be able to share with you at the Iconic Conference. And what I want to talk to you about today is seeing in the dark. That's right. I want to talk to you about seeing in the dark. I'm an avid movie watcher. And one of my favorite movies, it really started off a trilogy. It was called Pitch Black. Now, some of you may not remember that, but it starred Vin Diesel, and this before he really blew up and really got famous. And he played a mercenary. He played more or less of a criminal that was being transported. And because of his dealings with the criminal underground, he actually paid money to get these special type of eyes installed. Eyes that allowed him to see in the dark. Now, those came in real handy because the ship that was transporting him got stuck on a planet that experienced about 6 months of darkness. And when they landed there, it wasn't dark yet, but it was getting close to that time to where they were going to go into that long period of darkness. They also had these nocturnal animals that only came out at night. And they were carnivorous. They were bloodthirsty. They were just the scourge of that planet. And when they came out, they took everything they could. They ate everything they could because they only had a limited amount of time to do that. Well, the reason I talk about that movie is because with him having those eyes, he was able to see in the dark. And the movie was called, as I said, Pitch Black. Now, when I talk about us seeing in the dark, I mean, I'm looking at the situation that we're currently in. This global pandemic, the economic outfall of it, and how that is affecting how we're able to see, how we're able to move forward, how we're able to plan. And I mean, it's almost like being in the dark. We don't know when things are going to open up and when things are going to get back to normal. So if we're in a dark situation right now, one of the things that we can do is we can learn how to see in the dark. We can learn how to see in the dark. If you have a fairly recent alarm system with an outdoor camera, if you go look at it, you'll notice that there are these little LEDs around the camera. And those LEDs, they emit a certain amount of light, even when it's completely dark outside. And if you notice, if you watch the camera, even when there's no lights around, you'll still be able to see just like it was daylight. Because those little LEDs, they send out enough light for the camera to pick up so that they can see. Similar to the night vision goggles that a lot of special forces have, that allow them to see in pitch black conditions. So when it comes to us being able to see in the dark, what is it that we have that sends out a little light that allows us to see what the future is going to look like? It should be our hope. It should be our faith. It should be our imagination. And I remember what Albert Einstein said. He said, imagination is everything. It's the preview of things to come. So while we're in this dark situation, while we find ourselves having a hard time seeing, we need to be able to look beyond where we are right now and see the future that we want to have. And then once we see it, we need to start moving towards it. One thing about being in a dark room is you're really cautious about moving around, especially if there are objects in the room, because you can quickly and easily stump your toe. You can bump into something. You can hit your head on something. Why? Because you can't see. And so being in those situations, you find yourself just kind of being paralyzed and being stuck. But I tell you one thing, when it comes to you actually presenting and being able to move forward, you have to be able to see. So where you are right now in your life and in your business, with your relationships and in the situation that you're facing, can you really see beyond your current situation? Can you look to the future with hope and anticipation? Can you find yourself in a position to where you are able to move forward? And I know the way we used to move, the things we used to do before the pandemic, we're now having to reinvent ourselves. We're having to figure out how to do it differently. And I've heard so many people use the word pivot, but you have to make adjustments in order to be able to continue to move forward in your business, in your life, and in your career. Even with your relationships, there are things that you have to do to make it work, to make it better. Because without those things, you'll find yourself being stuck and stagnant and being, quite frankly, in the dark. So when it comes to actually being able to see in the dark, one of the first things you need to do is accept where you are and embrace the uncertainty. I'm going to say that again for those that are taking notes. Accept where you are and embrace the uncertainty. And I know for us as humans, one of the things that we resist most of the time is change. But to be honest, the only thing that's constant is change. Things are always moving and always evolving. We're always changing and growing. And somebody once said that every 21 days, your body, your cells get renewed. So you literally become a new person in that time. So we're always changing. But in order for us to be able to see in the dark, we have to accept and embrace change. We have to embrace the uncertainty. I know for myself, it's been real challenging because I hate last minute stuff. I hate kind of flying by the seat of my pants. I like to plan stuff out. I'm more of a routine type person. But even with that being said, I find myself having to adjust, having to be more fluid, to be less rigid in my approach to doing stuff. I have to be more forgiving. I have to be more accepting. I have to be willing to make adjustments and do things that normally under normal circumstances, I'll be like, nah, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do a virtual thing. I'm not going to do an online event. Well, guess what? I'm doing one now. But even in this process, I've learned some new things about myself. I've learned the benefits of being able to actually talk on camera and really communicate even when there's nobody in the room. And so I've learned to develop my skills in that area. My question to you is, what have you learned? What things have you done, even during this time, that you said that you never would do? Things that you told yourself that I'll never be a part of that. Oh, that's too much for me. I'm not going to try to figure that out. Well, now guess what? You have to figure it out, or you have to pay somebody to figure it out. I don't want to be online. It's too techy. I don't have all the gadgets and everything I need. You can find yourself using your cell phone in your car to actually do what it is you need to get done. People who say they'll never go live are going live. People who say, I don't want to see myself on camera. They're seeing themselves on camera. If you want your business to survive, if you want to be able to make a difference in the world in which you live, you're going to have to make adjustments. And you're going to have to do it on the fly. You cannot wait until everything is perfect. I was telling the guy just the other night, I said, listen, you don't have to be great to start, but you have to start to be great. Again, for those that are taking notes, write that down. You don't have to be great to start, but you have to start to be great. When I first started doing my videos, I was horrible. I even went back and I deleted a couple of the first ones. I really hate that I did that now because I really wanted to show my own growth. I wanted to see where I came from. I had good content, but my delivery was messed up. My presentation was off. But I kept at it. I kept going. I kept doing it. And lo and behold, I got more comfortable. Not only did I get comfortable, I got confident. And now I'm able to deliver with the best of them. Why? Because I kept going. I saw beyond where I was. Although I was in the dark then about my abilities, about my ability to speak and to deliver, I was groping my way, but I saw where I could be. And what you see right now is the manifestation of all of those years of me putting in the work. I'm trying to get you to understand that you too can see in the dark. You can see beyond your current circumstances and your current situation. But in order for you to do that, you have to be willing to embrace uncertainty and accept where you are. That's going to make all the difference in the world. You also have to learn how to use your senses. That's right, use your senses. I started off by saying that I'm a movie buff, and I love watching movies because I love seeing the stories and seeing the growth and the complexity of them and seeing how people overcome challenges in order to be able to achieve a goal. And one of those movies that I truly love is Ray Charles, the recent one with Jamie Foxx, where he played the legendary and iconic musician. Well, in the movie, one of the scenes where this guy asks Ray, how is it that you're able to navigate and move around? And Ray said, I use my senses. I wear hard bottom shoes. So every time I step, there's an echo. And once I get to a door that's open, the sound changes. So what Ray did was he used his senses in order to compensate for him not being able to see. And as a believer, as a business owner, as a person that believes in themselves and that wants to be better than they are right now, you have to be able to use your senses. Even when you can't see where it is you're planning on going, you have to be able to connect with individuals that will help you in those areas that you can't see. And when I say use your senses, I mean evaluate people for where they are and for who they are. Look at their track record and their history. You want to build synergy and you want to build collaborations with people who have been steadfast even during this time. Just because the world pushed pause on life, there are several people that kept going. They made adjustments and they kept moving forward. And so you have to identify and see those people and see how it is that you can help each other, how you can work with them and actually be the person that connects with them so that you both can benefit. Using your senses is not just your physical senses, but the people that you're around, the people that you're connected with, using them to see, okay, what is it that you're doing now? And I mean, if they truly mean you any good, they're not going to hesitate with sharing information with you. I have learned so much being stuck in the house that I've actually developed several skills that I didn't even know I had. I poked around with certain things and found out stuff that has really just made a difference in stuff that I'm doing moving forward. So I use what I have to get what I want. And I'm doing all of this even while I'm in a dark place. Because I tell you what, once things do open up, I'm going to hit the ground, not running, but flying. I may not even hit the ground. I may just take off because I've learned so much even during this time. And so while you're in a dark situation, while you don't know how you're going to move forward, while you don't see it, you should be able to see it. Dr. Mcneil said you have to see it before you see it or you'll never see it. So I want to encourage you to be able to look beyond your current circumstances and actually move forward, even though you can't see it with your physical eyes or even with your mental understanding, but you have to be able to look beyond just what you see. And that brings me to another point that I really want to make, that you can start moving forward. You can start moving if you see it in your imagination. If you see it in your imagination. If you see it in your imagination. You have to be able to see beyond your current circumstances. Again, I know it's dark. I know it's uncertain. But if you ever got to the point to where you acknowledge where you are, accepted where you are, and then you embrace the uncertainty, you'll find out that there's another person. There's another person in you. There's a person who thinks on their feet. There's a person who is motivated to go further. There's a person who doesn't want to give up. There's a person who doesn't want to quit. If you just look with your imagination, you can shape your own future. I remember one time I did a TED talk, and it wasn't actually on a TED stage, but it was a TED type of talk where I talked about don't go with the flow, direct it. And I talked about the difference between a leaf and a rock. If you drop a leaf in the river, the water's going to take it anywhere it wants to go. If you drop a rock in the river, it may sink to the bottom. But one thing I guarantee you is that when the water gets to the rock, guess what? It's going to go around the rock. So are you a leaf or are you a rock? Are you going with the flow or are you directing it? Even in that same video, I talked about how if you dump a truckload of leaves in the river, it's going to take them down the river. I mean, one or two may get stuck somewhere, but for the most part, they're going to go down the river. But if you dump a truckload full of rocks in a river, it's going to redirect where the river flows. And if you dump enough of them, it will dam the river up. So my point is this, that you have a choice, whether you're going to just go with the flow or direct it. When it comes to you seeing in the dark, you have to be able to see beyond your current circumstances to the point to where you're ready and you're willing to move forward, even though you can't understand how you're going to make it. But you have faith. You believe that you can do better, that you can be better, that you can achieve more. And not just by yourself, but you see other people that are moving forward. You connect yourself with them and you move with them. I love what Trevor I said. He said, we'll run with 100, but we won't drag one. That means that when you find people that are going somewhere, get with the crowd, go with them and do your part to help them get to where they need to be. But don't drag anybody because that's just weighing you down. You have to make sure that you put in your work. You know, talking about seeing in the dark, I remember when I was a child, I had this glow in the dark baseball. And I would take the ball in my room. And when I, especially in fact, after it had nightfall had happened, and I had to come in the house because you know you had to be in the house by the time the street lights came on. I took this ball in my room and I would turn my light on. I would stand in my bed and I would hold the ball up to the light for as long as my little arm could hold it up there. Then I would jump off the bed, I would run over to the light switch and I would turn off the light and I would take the ball and sit it on my desk and I would watch the ball. I would watch it until it slowly faded. I mean, sometimes it may take 10, 15 minutes, but I looked at it until I couldn't see it anymore. Then I hopped up, turned the light on, got the ball, still back on the bed, and I did it again. The reason I'm telling you this story is that we have to put ourselves in a position that we have soaked up so much inspiration, so much motivation, that even when it's dark, we can still see. We can see where it is we want to go, and we can move in that direction. And if you ever find yourself like that ball fading, and you find yourself getting darker and darker, and your hopes for tomorrow are dimming slower and lower and lower, all you have to do is come around people like this. Come around people that are inspired. Come to events like this, even online. Take your ball and hold it up to the light and soak up all the inspiration, soak up all the motivation, soak up all of the knowledge, so that when the summit is over, when the conference is done, when you've turned off your computer, you have enough light in you to make another step, to move forward, going after your goals and your dreams. And you'll do it without hesitation because you've actually spent time in the presence of people who are doing the same thing. I think about a coal, a lump of coal, and then those that barbecue know that you generally want to pile all the coals up. You put your lighter fluid on and you light it, and you let all of the coals heat up together. Then once they're heated, you spread them out and then you can cook. Well, if you have one of the coals that rolls off by itself, you'll watch it and it'll become cooler. But if you take it and rake it back over to the other coals, because of the collective heat, you'll be able to evenly cook your food once you spread everything out. But you have to be a part of that, a part of that mound of coals that is on fire. And being at events like this is what allow you to do just that. So I want you to know that you can see in the dark if you surround yourself with people that are doing the same thing. if you accept where you are, embrace the uncertainty, and if you use your senses, but then if you also just put in the work, don't let your current circumstances keep you from moving forward, because that's what's going to keep you stuck in the dark. Hey, look, this is Saucony Prince, and I want to thank you for tuning in to this presentation at Iconic. And I want you to know that you too can be iconic and you can see in the dark. I'll talk to you later. Bye.
Hi, I'm Karen Cherry, and I am the Butts in the Seat Queen. Welcome to creating your own profitable event. I am the founder and director of Level Up Summit, Power Up Summit, and I'm the co-founder of Success Women's Conference, where we had over 17,000 people last year. And so I am here to tell you to stop having big old parties and start creating events that put dollars in your pocket. So what makes me an authority on that? As I told you before, I'm the director, one of the directors and founders of Success Women's Conference. And when we started that conference many years ago, we started out because there was a need. We knew what our mission and vision was. As we sat and talked through a meeting, we knew, and we created that event that turned out over 540 people in less than a 6-month time frame. And yeah, that was back when I was still doing the feet first. Look, just do it, right? And so I'm here to tell you that it is always possible that you can create an event. And yes, it may not be all the time that you need, but I'm telling you, at the end of the day, you want to make sure that that event is profitable. Over the years, we have grown that conference, Success Women's Conference, over the years from 540 to almost 1,500 in person, right? And now virtually we're at 17,000 people. So what I normally talk about when I'm teaching people how to create a profitable event is 5 different essential things that you need to make sure that you do in order to make sure that you make money, right? So number 1 is make a plan. And make a plan is where we're going to focus today, because we don't have a whole lot of time, but I want to make sure that you know some of the essentials that go into that. Number 2, build the team, build the right team, right? So we're going to go over that as well. And then number 3, creating several streams of event income. Number 4, selecting the right speakers. And number 5, promoting your event. Now, all of these things are essential to making sure that you have a profitable, not just successful, but profitable event. So again, due to time, we're going to focus on making a plan. And that's where you want to start. You want to always start with creating a plan that allows you to be successful. And so one of the first things you want to do is decide why you want to do the event. So many of us go into things, as I said before, feet first, but you want to make sure that you know why. What is the purpose of you doing that event, right? So you want to know your why. And right behind that, you want to create your mission statement and your vision. When we did Success Women's Conference, when we first started, we already knew that there was a cry in the community. For over 10 years, us women would talk about how we needed a conference, right? We were networking and meeting, attending chamber events, women business events. All those things were already here. But the women were not feeling as if they were fed is that if they were being inspired and empowered to take a leap. So we created that conference because we knew that women needed that desire to do that, and they needed the push to do that along with the resources. So we created that conference, which every year inspires, empowers, and allows women to connect now with women all over the world. And we also have men in attendance. And for those who are looking to recharge their life or recharge their career, they're able to do that as well. So that being said, I also tell people what's also really essential. Number 2, the title. So your title of your event can really do a lot of things for your conference, right? It can speak to having the right audience at the event. If you notice the title, Success Women's Conference, it says what? That we're looking to help you be successful and we're targeting women. So in that title, it says what we're looking for. If you look at Level Up Summit, we are looking to help you level up. It's pretty simple. So some of the things, the reason why title is important, because it can sell your tickets. It can put butts in your seats before you even appear before them. So it is critical that you think about your title. I often tell people, sit in some private time and you can meditate, spend some time with God, whatever it is, but make sure that you focus. These are critical pieces that are going to determine the success of your conference. The next thing that can also lift your conference is the theme of the conference. Now, all conferences don't have theme, but a theme can be powerful if you add that to your conference as well. So that being said, what do I mean when I say theme? So with some of my previous conference, like Level Up, we focused on your leveling up your visibility and your profitability. I just basically said, I want to make sure if you level up your visibility, you're going to be profitable. And so that in itself tells you what you're looking to accomplish at that conference. No matter what room you're in, no matter what topic they're speaking on, that's what you're trying to accomplish at the end of the day. Same thing with success. Our title, Woman on Fire. Yes, Woman on Fire. That kind of says it all. That was the title of the conference. But we also had the subtitle, which was, we want you to start the year strong. Now, that's all about making sure that you make a plan, you take action, and then you move on it, right? So that being said, the title speaks to the people. The theme speaks to the people, and it puts butts in the seats. And what does butts in the seats mean? It means it increases your bottom line in your pocket. Now, in addition to that, number 4 is the dates of the conference. Now, in the past, we were all focused on in person. And so the dates mattered even more because if you think about it, if you had an event and it was in town, in your town, you had to make sure you look at, is there a festival going on? Is there a concert going on? Is there another conference going on? All those things matter when you're choosing the dates of your conference. And you know what? Even virtually now, you still want to make sure that at least with the people that you normally work with, that you don't overstep each other by planning on the same dates. Sometimes it's just a little twist here and there to make sure that you can each support each other. So does dates matter? Yes, it should always be top of your list. And it is important that you look at essential places to do that. Go to tourism or look on tourism because it's all going to come back anyway. So you want to go to tourism. You want to look, if you're in a town like mine, what's going on at the casinos? Who are they bringing in? Yeah, people going to tune in that night because, hey, if you got some top name singer or performer on the same night that you're going to actually run your conference, you're probably going to lose some of your audience if you're focused locally. So make sure to look at all those little details when you're planning a conference and looking at your dates. Now, number 5, location, location, location. It will always matter. Just like in the real estate business, it truly matters in the event planning business, in the conference business, right? Because it is going to determine your success. So let's start with if it's in person. What are some of the critical things that you need to look at when you're deciding on an in-person conference? Now, I can't go over every little detail, but I can give you some things that you can look at for sure if you're planning to host an in-person event. So, and before I go through that, I want you to realize that in-person will come back in some form or fashion. So some of these tips, you're definitely going to make sure that you write down. You got to decide, is it going to be in your hometown or are you going to plan it for a different state? And when you're looking at a different state, you know, you still want to have troops on the ground to help you with that as well. Now, some places have coordinators that can help you with all the details. Sometimes you have to get somebody to help you with the logistics of your conference when you're out of state. Maybe you have a contact in that area, but it is important that you have eyes and ears that can help you with the planning of your conference as well. In addition to that, you want to see if it's a place that people want to go. You know, there are many, people love going to Las Vegas, you know, outside the time that we're in right now, New York and all those places, Florida, many places, even the area that I live in here on the Mississippi Gulf Coast, we have many casinos. So people look at that. How critical is that to your planning? It's essential if you are deciding where to host your place out of state. And I can tell you, when I was planning my conference Power Up Summit last year, it became very essential as I had planned to have it in the one of my favorite places, New Orleans. And unfortunately, it got hit the hardest during that time frame. So all those things matter. Location is always essential. Here's some of the other things to look at. Is the physical location easy to get in and out of? Is that an easy thing? Because if it's not, it's going to impact who attends your conference. You know, is there an airport nearby for the people that are coming in? And I also say you want to go a little further. How much are the tickets that time of the year that you're planning your conference? Because that's a cost factor for people that are flying in. And it could be a cost factor to you if you're flying in keynotes or featured speakers as well. Trust me, I know. And so that being said, the traffic in the area of the location is going to be essential as well. If I'm coming for a half a day and it takes me an hour to get to the location, well, that already says I got to take off the whole day just to get there. And if I can't afford to do that, you just lost that audience that could have came for at least a half a day, right? So keep that in mind, because just because you can take off to be at your own conference doesn't mean that everybody else can. So location definitely does matter. I mean, traffic, that looking at that really does matter. And are there major construction going on in the area? So even if it's out of town, you still want to look and see what's going on in that area. How far is the hotel from the actual event location? Now, if it's in the same hotel, well, great. Then you want to look and see at some other things that can help you. You know, sometimes when you have it in a hotel, there are a lot of other things that come in with that as well. Sometimes the hotel already has flowers and things like that that can really help you with cost reduction and keeping your costs down. And then and also the looks, because I always tell people, if the building don't look good, nobody's coming to your conference. I don't care how it looks inside, it's gonna hurt your conference. So that's always essential. as well. And I also tell people, look at the weather as well. We can't predict it, but if it's that time of the year where it rains constantly, yeah, I can tell you at any event, and I've been doing events for almost 20 years now, and I can tell you that rain, no matter how much people pay for that ticket, does put a damper on your event. So always think about those things when you're planning. If it's April, there's showers, at least where I live. So therefore, you may want to consider, well, what time in April do I want to have that, right? So think about that. And because it could really impact the sale of your ticket. The price of the hotel rooms. So when you're thinking about booking, the dates are going to impact the price of the hotel room, and it's going to impact whether people come. If your ticket is too high, I can tell you in some areas, hotels triple during 4th of July or any holiday for that matter. So therefore, you got to think about that when you're booking your dates. Now, most of the time, holidays are not really a good time to have an event. And I would always say Christmas is never. That's just a no-go. Don't have anything on Christmas. But now that we're in the space that we're in right now, that may be a little different. So remember that when you are choosing your location and your dates, all these things will impact whether it's successful. Now, that's the other location, right? Because now, mostly we're virtual. And as I told you previously, we had over 17,000 people virtually. And I can tell you based off the fact that in person, we've had anywhere from 1,100 to 1,500, and to be online and have 17,000, any conference of that size will never get rid of their virtual side because you can't go global as quick as you can on the digital platform. So look at conferences remaining either virtually or a hybrid, both virtual and in person. So look for that coming back, but know that virtuals will probably be around a lifetime as far as I'm concerned, at least for now. So what are some of the virtual platforms that you might want to consider when you're planning your conference? And yes, these things really do impact your conference. People don't realize that sometimes, but there are a lot of things that really determines whether people think your conference is at a high level or not. So here are some of the platforms that you may want to consider if you hadn't already considered or used them before. You have, of course, Zoom. You have Hopin. You have Virtual Summit, which is also a platform. There's a new one that I've recently been connected with, AirMeet. Then StreamYard is a way to stream into some of the social media platforms. Then some people do Facebook Live. Some people do Instagram Live. And now, yes, Clubhouse. Yes, people are starting to create events on Clubhouse. I personally can say that is me as well, but other people are creating conferences inside of Clubhouse because it's conversational and it's easy for people to hop on and hop off. Now, right now, they're missing most of the market because people don't have access, but trust me, as that grow, that will be a platform to choose as well. Now, what also you have to consider, and one more platform, there's several platforms that I haven't listed, but you can also build your own broadcast page, which I love using that platform and other platforms. So I'm kind of a person that likes to use multiple platforms because you also got to consider these things when you're selecting a platform. You want to make sure if you're trying to have live interaction, you want to make sure that you have an option for that, right? And so you'll have to look at different platforms. Which one creates the experience that you're looking for? If you're trying to get a vendor experience, well, more and more conferences are trying to create that in-person vendor experience. So you want to make sure that you start looking at that. So those are just some of the things that you would need to consider when choosing what platform, whether it's in person or virtually. But know that virtually is going to be around, and in person will eventually come back. So I challenge you to make sure that you consider just some of these tips when you are planning your conference, because at the end of the day, all of it will impact your bottom line. So the next thing is, who is your target audience? Who are you trying to reach? Number one, is it a man? Is it men? Is it women? Is it both? Okay, those are just, does that matter? Yes, it really does matter, right? Number two, what race? Are you trying to target everybody, or do you want to be specific? There are months like Black History Month, you're looking, hey, that is a target audience. So you may want to do that. Could be Hispanic month, right? So that's another audience. Women History Month, the focus is women. So that being said, there are things that you look at and why you're doing the event. All this goes back to the why in the first place. So then you want to look at the age group. What age group are you looking at? And why does this even matter? Do you want a millennial? Is that your main audience? Millennials are what, I think 35, 25, somewhere in that age group. That being said, there are also the baby boomers, and then there are the seniors. But why would you look at that anyway? How does that impact your bottom line? Well, to give you an example, I being right at the back of the baby boomers, really not, but that being said, I'm looking for the elite experience. People like me, I'm going to come in and I want the full experience. So I'm going to buy that higher ticket. So those are the people buying tickets. Millennials are still, as they say, living their life. So they might hop on and they might get what I call the butts in the seat ticket, that bottom line ticket. So that being said, they're going to bring in the low end. So that is impacting your profitability. So if you do a mix, for me, I like a mix. Some people like to focus on a certain area. And so it does determine where you sell and where you make money. So keep that in mind. And so that being said, next thing is the audience type. What type of people are you looking for? And what's their occupation? Are they corporate? Are they entrepreneurs? Are they moms? Is that your focus? Are they healthcare people? Are they marketing professionals? Are they HR focused, right? And when I talk about HR and healthcare, most of those are looking for CEUs, continuing education unit credits. So you want to keep that in mind too, because that draws them in even more. And then also, you might just want to focus on speakers and coaches, or maybe you're doing something just for authors. But all of that determines what's your bottom line. And the other thing is, look at the level of income. Now, all these things, you're saying, well, how am I going to get all this information in the first place? You can do a survey, and you can get that information real easy to see what impacted your bottom line. And definitely want to collect that right after your conference. So your level of income, as I mentioned before, their actual occupation as well, whether they're a CEO, head, or maybe they're just, hey, sometimes you get people that may be the secretary, but she still needs training and she still needs to be motivated. So different levels, different income. Those things will decide whether that person can afford an elite ticket, a VIP ticket, or just butts in the seat ticket, whether they come with their girlfriends or whether they're just coming along. So keep that in mind when you're scheduling and when you're planning out who is your focus, who's your target audience. Next, get your budget in line. So I'm gonna go through this briefly because I want to make sure to highlight a few things towards the end. So get your budget in order is essential. And so here are some of the things that I tell people to do when you're creating your budget out. And you should do this as part of making your plan. You always have the initial budget, and then as you go, you're going to change it, you're going to add to it and all those things. But this is where you want to start. You want to have a list with the columns. You want to have a column must have. You want to have a column that says would like to have. And then you have a column that says dream item, dream, something that you're dreaming about, but you might not be able to afford it, right? So what are some of the things that are really essential that's gonna be on your list if you're planning an event? Number one, your venue or your platform, in person or virtually, right? All of it costs, no matter what, you're gonna pay. So that is one of the first things that you should have on the list. So, and that being said, I say if it's on the platform side virtually, one platform might be more expensive than the other. So say, for instance, you may have to go with Zoom because you want to keep your budget low. Or you may say, well, I want to go with something a little more high end, like WOVA, or something like that. So that being said, and there are plenty others that I haven't listed that cost well more. Or you might want to build out your own. So it's your budget. This is really important. And then the other thing is, number two, your keynote and your featured speakers. How many you have, who you have, and all that can determine, and it can blow your budget if you're not being wise. So that's why I said you have to create a list. And sometimes your keynote is a dream item. It is a dream item versus something that you can truly afford. And I can personally talk to this because you're talking to somebody who in 2019, our budget was 200,000 plus. And I personally raised over 70,000 for that budget. So I know, you can raise a lot of money. You can also spend a lot of money if you don't plan your budget out right, or if you get in a spending and you're not tapering down. Because sometimes you just have to cut things off and go without, but keep in mind when you're booking a keynote, it's not just a keynote. Sometimes they have an assistant, sometimes they have a tribe, sometimes you have to put limitations, so that you can control that. And the same thing with featured speakers. So make sure that you keep that in mind when you're planning your budget. But when picking the keynotes and the feature, they must be relevant. I don't care how popular they are or how somebody that was on your dream list you thought was all that. If they haven't spoken in the last few years, they're probably not relevant. Do they have a tribe? Do they have people that are really following them, not somebody else's site? Do they have their own site? Because that it is very important that a keynote has butts behind them, right? That they can bring, that their name will bring people to your audience. Otherwise, you could be spending a lot of money. And trust me, I have spent, as I told you, we've had a $200,000 budget. We have spent quite a bit of money on speakers. So I can personally tell you, you need to make sure that they are relevant. Do your homework. Check their site. My children call me a cyber stalker. You know why? Because I'm checking out speakers all year long. I recruit speakers. I look at speakers all year long because I'm looking for people that have butts in the seat, right? So that's important. They are your ambassadors. They are, if they're featured speakers, they really should be helping you promote as well, because that's going to help bring more dollars to your bottom line. And it's going to help them bring dollars to their bottom line as well. So keep that in mind when you're picking speakers. What else is essential is marketing. Marketing is essential to your budget. And if you don't put it in your budget, it is going to impact your bottom line. It's very hard to be successful if you're not spending money on ads and promotion, graphics, website. I can go on and on, but it is critical that you have a marketing budget. It almost should be number one, but definitely you want to make sure you have a marketing budget. And there's many things that go into that. So as I continue, I'm going to talk technology. Technology is on your budget list because if you're doing, whether in person or not, you're going to have a system, either Active Campaign, Infusionsoft, MailChimp, all those different systems, those email listing, those database systems, CRMs, you need that because that's part of your campaign as well. ClickFunnels, if you're doing a virtual event, many people use that. Text messaging, many probably get messages for this event, right? And so those systems are important. And then there are many more that I can add to that, but also paid staff. You're probably gonna have people. You can't really run a conference, a successful conference, without having some people that you pay. Even admin, website, creative people are essential to that. Now, with the rest of the time, I want to quickly go over some things and talk about just some essential things under the other 4 topics. Number 2 is building the right team. You want to make sure that you have people on your team that can help you be successful. Having creative people on the team can help you create the right, help you with your branding part, your look, your color scheme, and also your title, your theme, and all those things. Your website people under here, your graphic people, so many others are under that, under the creative side of things. In addition, you have to have an admin person on board to help you push everything out. So you may need a great VA. And if you don't have a great virtual assistant already, I'd suggest you get one anyway. Just truly been the best blessing investment I've done. In addition to that, you gotta have the people that's help you get that money. So those are the people that don't mind hearing no, no, no until they get to a yes. You gotta have a few of those. Trust me, you'll only have a few, but you'll have a few of those and you need them, right? So in addition to that, you gotta have the other side, the people that tell you no, 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 because you gotta have people that check you and keep you in line with your budget and tell you, hey, you're gonna probably have to cut this because you really can't afford it. You need realistic people, and y'all, it is not your family members. And you cannot be the one-man show. So I challenge you to get the people that you need on your team. Those are just a few people that I highly recommend you doing. If you hadn't been doing this for 20 plus years like me, and even people like me, I don't function by myself. So that being said, this is something I teach, I coach on this all the time. So, and I talk about the different things that can help you. So that being said, the next thing is speaker. I want to go to streams of income. Just remember, y'all, most people have to go outside of the box to create event income. Event income is essential. It's not just the ticket. I highly recommend people don't focus on the ticket. And if you're in the virtual world right now, you need a free ticket as well, because we have too many choices. So that being said, there are many other opportunities to raise money, but that's something I typically coach on. So feel free to contact me if you want to actually work with me through this as well. So selecting the right speakers, as I told you before, keynotes are essential. You need to make sure you pick the right people and the right feature, the headliners, whatever you want to call them. They're essential to making your conference successful. And if you are a speaker, just some few tips that you need to do to be ready to speak on anybody's stage. So one is, number one, you must have a high resolution headshot. That's right, high resolution. That's no phones qualify for that, right? Because when we're doing and promoting the event, you may go in a magazine, no telling where your photo's gonna be. But that being said, they require high resolution. We look at that. If you turn in something that came from the phone, most of the time the computer will tell on you anyway. So therefore, invest in getting a good headshot. You can probably find somebody for 35 to 50. Don't get your family unless they're a professional, but I highly suggest that you do that. An excellent proofed bio is really good as well. You definitely want to have a great bio that you submit at least 150 words. That being said, you also want to make sure, if you can, get your speaker website, your own personal website, not your business website, your own professional personal website.